Hello, everyone. Hopefully, you're having a good day. Hopefully, you enjoyed Rank's stream. I was particularly fond of the region some lines cast construction with one line by Wolfers, and I think there was a second setter. I apologize to the second setter, but that was quite a thing. Uh, we'll start the opposite direction, and we'll start with a classic by tallcat. I promised I would eventually do the tallcat classics. Jacob was the other setter. Thank you. Uh, I hope it's not an evil one. So, for context, tallcat promised me I could do each of the classics in 7 minutes or less, and the first one took me 45 minutes, I think. If I recall correctly, the exact details, it was something like that. So we'll see. I haven't done a classic on stream in a long time, so we'll see how my classic scanning is, uh, or we'll see how chat's classic scanning is, as the case may be. So we'll try this, and there is, you can look forward to a third one. I think it took 3 months after the first one for me to get to the second one, so we'll get there. I did want to thank all of you who support us on Patreon. This is effectively zetamath stuff has become Tristan's full-time job, so we greatly appreciate the support. It lets us do more stuff both here and on the math channel as well. If you're not aware, there is a math channel. You should check it out. There'll be a new video out soon over there. But welcome everyone. Hopefully you'll have fun. We're going to start with this tallcat classic, and we'll see where it goes from here. So I usually like to just start digit by digit and aggressively pencil mark things. So let's look for places where ones might potentially be restricted. Let's see, that's a little boring. That's a little boring. I think I saw one earlier. Oh yeah, there we go. There's some good one pencil mark action. One in this box is in one of these two cells. If you've not, by the way, this is probably a good time to talk about notation, just in case we have some new folks here. The way you see most people who stream and try to communicate Sudoku content, pencil mark things, is by marking in the corner if you know a digit is in a finite number of places. So, for example, these ones say that one of these two is the one, and usually that means for the box, although depending on the type of Sudoku puzzle that you're looking at, then you might see it meaning different things. Whereas if instead I switch to center marks, then I could write down every possible digit this digit could be, and it could be a 1, it can't be a 2, a 3, a 4, a 5, a 6, a 7, or an 8. But then it could be a 9. So these center marks here communicate, hey, I know this digit in the final grid is either a 1 or a 9. And that was actually more profitable than I thought it was going to be. I just did it as an example. So I'm going to hope that this is just a simple XY ring and fill in the rest of these. If it is an XY ring, I'll explain what an XY ring is to the extent that I'm able. Maybe Jovi's in the chat and she can provide an even better explanation. So what can this cell be? It can't be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it could be 8 or 9. It is an XY ring, isn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this is 7, 8, but not 9, owing to that 9. And then this is not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then it could be 7, not 8 or 9. Okay. So yeah, so this is so this configuration oh, you're right. This isn't even an XY ring. This is less complicated than an XY ring. This is just a Y wing. So this configuration here, you should ignore this cell, though the effect, this is the cell we're going to look at. But this constellation of 3 cells that can only be 7, 8, 9, and this one, which we're going to call the hinge that sees the other 2, this is what we call a Y wing. And the effect of this Y wing is that if I look at this cell's either a 7 or an 8. There are 2 universes. If this cell's a 7, it makes this cell a 9. Otherwise, in all other possible universes, this cell is an 8, in which case this cell is a 9. And so what happens here is that in every possible universe, either this is a 9 or this is a 9. But what that tells you is that, quite surprisingly, if you've not looked at this kind of structure before, and this is not something that comes up a lot in variant Sudoku, it comes up every now and then, but not super often, is that this cell here can never be a 9, because regardless of whether this is the one that's a 9 or this is the one that's a 9, this cell can't be a 9, so it's a 1, which then actually tells us this isn't a 1, so that's a 1. And so we've got digits already. There was some discussion in the YouTube comments about what exactly the song that the digit dance is to, and so we cannot afford the music rights. You have to contribute a lot more for the music rights for the digit dance. But the song for the digit dance, little known fact, is Sandstorm by Darude. So that is what I am sort of like imagining in my head using during the digit dance, most of the time at least. Okay, so I believe there are no other cells that are going to be benefited in any way from this Y-wing. Depending on the exact way your Y-wing is set up, it might hit a bunch of different cells, but I think this is the one. Okay, so there we go. So now I can pencil mark that there's a 1 up in one of these cells, because now the 1 has been sort of shoehorned up here. Let's see. Did we get any more joy with 1s? There's a 1 in one of these cells. That's not super exciting. There's a 1 in this box somewhere, I guess. Let's see. I'm going to fill in the rest of this row because I find it's often useful if you see like 5 things filled in a row, column, or box. It's often useful to fill in the rest because it helps you find hidden singles sometimes. That is, like, sometimes the cell can only be one thing, but you don't notice if you don't fill it in. So in this row, we've got a 1, we've got a 2, we need a 3, we've got a 4, we need a 5, we've got a 6, we need a 7, we've got an 8, and we need a 9. Well, this one can't be a 9 or a 7, so it is only a 3 or a 5. This one can't be a 7 or a 5, so it is only a 3 or a 9. This one can't be a 9. But that might be it for things that one cannot be. Let's see, and we can also do that in this column and hope that something else jumps out at us. So we've got a 2, we've got a 3, 4, 5, 6, we have a 7, and then we need an 8 and a 9. This one can't be a 9. This one can't be an 8. This one can't be a 9. So 9 is in 2 places. Okay, let's see. Dictionary believes that there's only one place for 4 in row 2, which is correct, and I probably should have looked at. I said I would start by going over each digit, and then I literally only looked at 1, and then filled in some things, and then didn't do that. So perhaps a brighter Zeta would have noticed that this 4 was placed from the beginning before even bothering with any of the other nonsense that we've done, but whatever. Sometimes I notice things. Usually I don't notice things. That's all part of the charm that you've come to expect from the stream. 7, 8, 9. This is not an 8 or a 9. That's not a 7 or a 7. Let's see. Tom Hartley says row 3, column 8 is actually a naked single. Oh, it's not a 6 or a 2. How did I fill this in and then never even bother looking at it? Well, that is incredibly helpful. So that's an 8 once you actually update the pencil marks. So that's a 9. I see now why Tallcat was talking about my scanning in the chat. My incredibly famous scanning. Let's see. Now this row has only one place for 9. No, this row already has a 9, so that's a 5. So technically true, the row only has one place for 9, but also the 9 in the row is placed, so that was also a good thing to notice. So this column Let's see. We need a 2. We've got a 3, 4, 5. We got a 6, 7. We've got an 8. We need a 9. That's not a 9. Or a 2. Or a 7. So that's a 6 if you actually look at it. Yeah, and Russ also sees, probably in a way that was slicker than the way I did, that was going to be a naked single. So that's not 7. That's not 7 either. So that's a 2, 9 pair. So that's a 7. That's not a 7. Let's see. 3, 5 pair in the row means that's a 9. Let's see. So now let's fill in the rest of this box because there's not a lot left in this box. We need a 1, 2, 3, I think. 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we need a 1, 2, 3. That one's not a 1 ever. That one's not a 2. That was less exciting than... How can I see the further 7 but not the closer 9? Did I miss a digit? I'm not always the best at scanning. Ah, yes, that 9 sees that cell. You might see. You might not see. It's pretty difficult. It is an advanced technique to notice things. So we'll see. That's a 6. Okay. I'll just say it's because everything I know about Sudoku I learned from watching Simon. And so I have many of these strengths and weaknesses that one would expect from that. We'll blame him. How about that? Okay, I notice we have a 1, 2, 3, 8 quad in this column. So that means these 3 digits are right ends. So they're not 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, or 8. So they are 5, 7, and 9 only. This one, in fact, is only a 5. So these aren't 5. They are 7 or 9. These 2 digits are the remaining things in the box. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6 and 8 is what they are, which is disappointing. I don't know which of those, but that one's not an 8 anymore. I guess I knew the 8 was down here from that. I'm being told I'll get another quad once I look over here. Let's see. Ooh, and Ben has a free digit, 3 in row 5. I'll take a free digit. Ah, yes, 3 in row 5. Nice. 3 in row 5 only goes here. Can't go there because of that. Can't go here because there's 1 in the box. Let's do same deal over here. So these are 1, not 2. Got a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so these are 1, 3, 5. And so we get the same exact trick where there's now a quad in the row, as pointed out by Mark. By More Crabs. By the way, welcome More Crabs. I'm not sure I've seen you hanging around here before, but welcome. If you are new or only new to chatting, or if I just have a bad memory. So let's see. So these are not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, not 7, 8, or 9. These are the digits that go in here. These are... Oh, I see. Pointless. Okay, got it. Okay. I did think the reference in the name was familiar, but I did not. I was just like, oh, well, you'll get along with Barbie when Barbie shows up. But I suspect Barbie may not be showing up anymore. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oops. 8, 9. Okay, so these are a 4 and a 7. No, they're not. I did not do that good. Let's try again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, these are a 5 and a 7. 5 and 7. 5 and 7 are good. So that's not a 5. Do either of these I know is not 5 or 7? That is my speaking for the day. Hey, Matthew and Math Pesto. Okay, let's see. This row needs a 4 and a 6. Let's see. Ah, yes, and this one can't be a 6. So that's the 4, that's the 6. That 6 looks up and says that's the 9. And so this is our reward for good pencil marking, is now that we get this digit for free, having pencil marked it earlier, provided that we actually pay close attention, which we don't always around here, but, whatever. It's chill vibes we go for, chill vibes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. This is not a 4 or a 7. This is not a 5. This is not a 5 either. or a 2. This is only a 4 or a 7. So we've got, no, we don't have a triple, not quite. Okay, we never finished filling in box 7. So let's fill in box 7, and then hopefully good things will happen. So we've got 1, 2, we need a 3, we've got a 4, we need a 5, we've got a 6, 7, we need an 8 and a 9. These aren't 5. This is an 8 or 9, so this is a naked single 3, which then makes that a 5 and that a 3, which means these are neither 3 nor 5, so they're an 8-9 pair. That 3 looks over and makes that a 2, if you would believe it. So this is neither 2 nor 3, so it's an 8. So that's a 3. That 8 looks back over, sees that that's a 9, and that's an 8. Let's see. That 3 looks up and says that's a 1, and that's a 2, and that's a 3. That 3 looks over and says these aren't 3. Aren't 3, thank you. Which places a 3 here. I don't think this 1, 5 is resolved as of yet, at least until I look slightly more closely at some of these things. Let's see. What is this? What is this row missing? Maybe that's the easiest question to start with. 1, 2, 3, 4. This needs to be a 5, I believe. Hopefully conflict checker's on. Conflict checker's on. So it really is a 5, or it would have lit up. So that's a 7 and a 5 and a 2. So that 2 makes this a 4 or a 7. These digits are 1, 2, 3. We need a 4. We've got a 5. We need a 6 and a 7. This one's not a 4 or a 7, though, so it is a 6. This one is not a 7 or a 6, so it's a 4, and that's the 7, and that's the 4. That 6 looks up and places the 6 and the 8. That 5 looks up and places the 1 and the 5. And now various nonsenses are going on in these center 3 rows that seem not really to be part of the puzzle. Let's see. So we got a 1, a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. These aren't 2. These aren't 1 or 7. So that's a 6 and an 8 and a 6. That 6 bounces over and says that's a 2. So these aren't 6 or 2 either. So they are a 1, 7 pair in some order, as of yet to be determined. What are these digits? These are a 5 and an... No, sorry. They're an 8 and a 9. These are an 8-9 pair. These are a 1, 2, 3, 4, a 5, and then I've got a 6, 7, 8, and 9. Okay, these are a 1 and a 5. And the given 5 is going to sort out all of this nonsensicalness. So that 5 is going to give us a 1 here, which is going to give us a 7 here, and a 1 here, and a 5 here. The 7 there is going to give us a 9 and a 7, and an 8 and a 9. That was really cool. I liked this one a lot. I think whatever the other one was, the first Tallcat Classic I did not figure out what the classic Sudoku technique was that was involved. Here, it was very clearly telegraphed that it was going to involve these 4 cells, and then it was very nice. And then it ended up being slightly nicer than I thought the thing was going to be, because I thought it was going to be like, I'd say Y-wings are maybe like intermediate. I thought it was going to be a thingy. Alrighty, so in another 3 months, look forward to another Tallcat Classic appearing on the stream. But fear not, we will do other Tallcat puzzles on the stream in the meantime. We just like to divvy out the Tallcat Classics over time. But yeah, under 20 minutes. I'll take under 20 minutes, including explanation of Snyder notation and me getting the stream set up and OBS crashing and et cetera, et cetera. Oh, the first one only took 14 minutes? It felt a lot longer than that. Let's see. Okay, anyway. Next up, we are going to look at this cave Sudoku puzzle by Phistomefel. So as you may have seen last time, there's a nice Penpa tool now, although for this puzzle, in fact, Phistomefel has provided an fpuzzles link, which, courtesy of Ranksk, I can transmute into a CTC app link. Oops. So here's the puzzle. The puzzle untitled by unknown, with no rules. Hey, Nicholas, welcome. Shifting time zones. Okay, so let's look back at the rules and read them carefully. So this is a hybrid of a cave pencil puzzle and a Sudoku puzzle. So we do need to do the normal Sudoku thing of putting the digits 1 through 9 in every row, column, and box. But we also need to do that. Tristan, Finnish Guy would like a link to Ranksk's various tools. Can you put a link to that in the chat, please? Or if Ranksk is listening, Ranksk can put a link. Okay. So how do cave puzzles work? So the way cave puzzles work is that we need to shade some cells. So these are like the cave walls, if you like. And then everything that's not shaded is not cave. And so every gray cell needs to be orthogonally connected to the edge. And so this is the classic cave rule, is that every cell I shade needs to get out to the edge somehow, however it gets there. So that is that rule. So then the yellow cells, and so this is where we get all Sudoku-y with this. They indicate how many cells belonging to the cave can be seen in the horizontal and vertical direction. So in a typical cave puzzle, which if I had thought further ahead, I would have pulled up and done a gap cave puzzle first, just so you could see this. The typical clues tell you how many total cells you can see. And so in this example puzzle, you can see. And so, by the way, last time we did Phistomefels April Fool's puzzle, and we got hung up a bit because, well, it was an April Fool's puzzle, and we didn't immediately realize it was an April Fool's puzzle. I watched Simon solve it today, and Simon went through the same process, although Simon figured out it was an April Fool's puzzle a lot sooner than Naverio did, because Naverio was the one who eventually pointed it out. But I realized, thinking back on it, that it should have been very clear to me that some funny business was going on, because Phistomefel is always very kind to include a worked example in the puzzle, and the April Fool's puzzle does not have a worked example in it. And that should have tipped me off that including a worked example would have given away the entire gimmick of the puzzle. And I just didn't look at that I didn't think about that. I noticed there wasn't a worked example and was like, wow, with all of these rules, a worked example would be really nice. But it didn't then immediately connect of, oh, of course that means that this ridiculous, impossible case is exactly the case that is what's going on, which it should have. Okay, anyway, the yellow things are valid cave clues. And so they tell you how many cells the thing sees. So again, these are walls. The gray cells are walls. So this, the time of posting was 1:04. Wow, I did not notice that either. That's amazing. This 2 here sees 2 cells. So it sees itself. It always sees itself. And it sees this other cell. Okay. This 3 sees these 3. Okay. The clues usually, though, will have a horizontal and a vertical direction. Hey, Eleventicles, welcome. So this 6, for example, it sees 4 vertically and 3 horizontally for a total of 6. It's a total of 6 because I counted this twice. So you can count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So hopefully that makes sense. But the yellow cells are all unshaded, and the digit that goes in them is a valid cave clue. That is how these work. It does also say not every possible clue cell is given. So we don't have to worry about some fiddly negative constraint where we have to go back and say, oh, if this was not clued at blah, 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 blah. We should be able to start super chatting soon. We can't yet, but we've applied for monetization, and by we, it's a very generous use of the word we. Tristan has applied for monetization for the channel, and at least I think Bremster got to 1,000 subs like a day before we did, and then he just got his official monetization this morning, I believe. So we should very soon be able to have like all the fancy like super chats and all the other fancy things you could want from being a like real YouTube channel or a partnered YouTube channel, if you will. So hopefully that will all be done soon. Okay, so here is another rule that is unique to this puzzle. In an orthogonally connected area of gray cells, no digits can repeat. So, of course, in a normal cave puzzle, there aren't any digits at all, and so that took a bit. Oh, okay. So Bremster says. By the way, hi, Bremster. Says that you need to apply for super chat on top of that. So there will be that, and then there will be Zeta emotes, which Tristan has been taking lots of pictures of me lately. So they're either for some weird special collection I don't know about, or for Zeta emotes. I'm not sure which. We will find out. So we will be doing a celebration. The celebration is probably going to be a little later than you would guess, because we're about to be going to Florida to visit my parents, and I don't think I will stream. I will certainly not do a giant stream while I'm in Florida, but probably right when we get back, we'll do like a 12-hour 1,000 sub celebration stream or something. We'll get you the exact details once we know the dates of everything. Of course, YouTube doesn't tell us anything in any sort of advance notice, so we'll do that. I do welcome, by the way, like 1,000 sub celebration puzzles of whatever sort you want. If you want to celebrate, if you want to give us something to celebrate, I would be happy to have that. I will try and figure out things like having some guest hosts to join me on the celebratory stream extravaganza. It will be good times, but I want to be sure we have it planned enough in advance that it can do everything right, all that kind of stuff. We'll do that. Oh no, the video is already stuttering. That's not great. Okay. So, and yes, congrats to Bremster. I'm very glad we have all made it over 1,000, and who knows, maybe someday we will we will all be YouTube rich like Scott, who now has like 50,000 subscribers or something. Okay. Now, this rule is possibly seems a little weird, because what it says is it's okay to have a 2x2 block of gray cells or not gray cells. Normally in caves, that's okay, but a lot of shading puzzles have a rule that you can't. So we have got that. Okay. So I think we've now gone over all of the rules in a way that has made the VOD just completely unwatchable. Because we've sort of weaved back and forth between talking about the rules for the puzzle and talking about the other pieces. But let's see what we can do. So I'm trying to decide, how should I color? So I can color cells that are cave gray. How do I color cells that definitely aren't cave? I guess I can color them. Will it be clear if I color them yellow? That it's different from the yellow that means they're clued? Oh, I know. Okay, I know how to do this. Pen tool. Pen tool is the answer. So we're going to put little circles in all of the actual clue cells. So these are the clued ones, and then we're going to color all of these yellow to mean they're not cave. Yellow. Okay. I think that is a coherent observation. Okay. Yes, I did notice that, Ben. So Ben picks up on the fact that the rules use the statement use the language that you now usually don't see, which is that not every possible clue cell is given. And so the language you see most often is not every clue is necessarily given. Yes, so in celebration of our 1,000 subs, you can bet, and if any one of the bet cells matches your bet, then you will be considered to have won and will receive the full payout as if it were a normal puzzle. So by all means, bet on one of the bet cells and see if you can guess what digit will be in one of these cells at the end of the stream. At the end of the puzzle. Ranksk is going with the swish betting on 3 idea. I don't know how that'll go. We'll see. But anyway, the difference between not every possible clue is given and not every possible clue is necessarily given is that this one actually is worded in such a way to provide a tiny piece of positive information. So I think it is very, very unlikely, but as Ben points out and is completely correct, this wording leads the possibility that maybe this puzzle would not have a unique solution if you changed this. So maybe we need that at the very end. I think it's very, very, very unlikely, but we will find out. Totally Normal Cat is in the chat suggesting this puzzle would probably not be rated at 97% if that were a requirement. And probably there would not be 73 solves of it. Although it's hard to know because Simon probably solved this, and so then who knows about the actual number of solves. So this 2 is interesting because almost every cell around this 2 has to be cave. Not quite all of them, but almost all of them, because so 3 of the 4 cells around this have to be cave. I don't know how helpful that is. This 3, likewise, actually already sees 2 cells, so we need 3 of these 4 cells need to be cave. Let's see. Jay is threatening to set a classic with not all possible clues are necessarily given, which I really like. Let's see. So this is not a 1. I'm trying to see if there's any place where... so this is not a 1. In fact, all yellow cells have to connect to each other, so there could never be a yellow clue of 1 anyway. Is there anywhere the fact that the yellow clues can't be 1 will let us place a 1? For example, that would be nice. Let's see. Russ had a point. Let me scroll back up to... Now, if someone makes a cake puzzle, I would be all in favor of cake puzzles. Let's see. I've scrolled back to what I thought was Russ's comment, and it says message retracted. Oh, there we go. Okay, sorry. I found a later comment. First thing I see straight away, row 3, column 6 cannot be cave. Because it would make the 3 clue. It would make the 3 clue see at least 4. That's a beautiful observation. If this were yellow, it's already broken because now this 3 cave sees all of those. So this is, oops, abort. So this is wall. And so I'll make wall gray. Now we do know this wall, whatever it is, it has to get out. It has to get to the edge of the universe. So it either has to eventually curl that way or eventually curl that way in some form. Let's see, is there anywhere else where we get away with that kind of chicanery? I'm not sure. But that was a very good spot. Let's see. it's always weird to me because it feels to me like these should be called the cave, but the cave is the empty part, not the wall. Uh, let's see. Okay. Row 7, column 9 uh, says Barbie / more crabs needs to be at least 5. Trying to understand. Let's see. So can't be 2. I don't think I see why it can't be 2 if we shaded, say, those cells. Let's see. Let's see. Totally Normal Cat is looking at this cell and thinking that if this is not cave, it's going to create some giant yellow area, which is going to be a problem. Which is, I think, probably almost clear, but not quite yet. Let's see. Yeah, I'm kind of afraid I need to make a combination of Sudoku observation with this cave logic observation. Like one of these cells is a 3 is not necessarily exciting, but let's see, none of these are 2. For example. Actually, this cell has to be at least 5. That's a thing, because this cell can't be a 1. It can't be a 2, 3, or 4. So this is at least 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So at least 5. So that's actually a fairly large value. This one's at least 4. No yellow clue can ever be 1. That was our it was one of our initial deductions. If a yellow clue was 1, it could never connect to anything. Let's see. Okay, so SPQ says this has to be wall because otherwise the 4 clue sees at least 5. Which 4 clue? This 4 clue all the way down here? Yeah, so okay, yeah. So we're imagining here, imagine that this is wall. So if this is a wall, the absolute quickest that we can possibly make it to the edge is this, I believe. It would be equally quick. No, it would be 1 slower there. So that means I could only make 3 cells shaded in here. Walls do have to get to edges. I believe it is stated in the rules. Yes, orthogonally connected to the edge. So that would leave only 3 shaded cells in here, and I think if I understand SPQ's comment, is 3 is not enough shaded cells to put in here to not break this 4. Yeah, this. Oh wait, no, sorry. I think SPQ is arguing this has to be right. Sorry, this has to be wall, because if this is not wall, then that immediately forces, because the cave can't get in here, that immediately forces all of these to be yellow, and now this 4 in particular sees 5. Okay, sorry. This is way simpler than I was trying to make it out to be. This is cave. That was the point there. So this does have to get out, which does mean that at most 3 of these are cave, although that's not immediate, or sorry, our wall, but that's not immediately super useful. But this does have to get out. Could this get out without taking that? Yeah, sure, it could do something like that. Let's see. Row 1, column 1 must be cave. I'm trying to figure out why. Why can't we just have a yellow region over here where these are big? This is exactly the standard cave rules. Although I think what you might consider non-standard is you might not like the way I'm shading versus not. But yeah, it is the yellow cells here that need to be orthogonally connected. So the yellow cells are the things that are the hole in the walls, so to speak. Let's see. Is there anywhere else where if we put yellow cells, we would isolate? Like, these can't both be yellow, for example. One of these has to be gray. Yes, the cave has many torches to help noble travelers on their way through the cave. Let's see. I do know one of these two is cave, but that doesn't help. Hey, Clover, how are you? We are attempting to understand this cave Sudoku puzzle. I will notice only now that 3 is restricted to 2 places over here. It's maybe not my best moment. Yeah, I know my streaming times don't always work the best for your schedule. Row 8, column 7. How could this be gray is Russ's question. Excuse me. What button do I press to mute this? Oh, I think that's the button. I got open the thing to mute it, but then before I sneezed, but then I could not remember how to do it. There's a link to the rules right at the top, Camille. Yeah, there should, in theory, always be a link to the rules pinned at the top. Let us know if that's ever not the case, for whatever reason. Let's see. Wait, it was row 7, column 8? No, row 8, column 7 that Russ was looking at and seeing if this is... if this was gray, what would that do? Hey, Hawila, welcome. Right, because this, in order to get to the edge, this would need to take like that, and so this would force something almost exactly like that in order to work. Because this needs to take all the cells, so this would become a 9-cell cave region. If this were cave, which would mean all of this would be lit. There's a good point. Okay. So Garion says this cell can't get all of its cells, all of its light cells vertically. In particular, it might be able to get this cell vertically, or it might be able to get this cell vertically. It could never get both of those vertically. So vertically, this gets at most 2 cells. So horizontally, this needs at least 3 cells beyond itself. And so that means that in order to complete this clue, and this is Garian's point, no matter how I want to get up to at least 5 cells, I need this cell to be cave. Sorry, yes, cave. The well-lit cave. So that has to go at least that far. And now I don't think I know that it has to go further, because I think it could get those 3 and these 2, for example. That's a possible way that this could work. Okay, so that is a very good sort of combination. Garian noticing this, which then got us the point that that Russ wanted us to get to in a way that did not involve sort of hunting through these as most. Yeah, and so now this cell, now, do I know this cell isn't 4? Because it does not seem to see a 4. Can't take row 7, column 8. Okay, so if this took this cell, it would be at least that. Which would then force there to be walls. Right, if this takes this, that forces there to be walls there and there. And there and there. Ah, right. Aha! I have another deduction. Okay, so the classic cave deduction is that you can never have a checkerboard pattern in a cave puzzle. So let me explain this. So by checkerboard pattern, I mean something like this. That's never allowed to happen. And the reason why is because if you make the checkerboard pattern here, then you need to connect this yellow to that yellow. And there's no way to do that without sort of encircling part of the gray, but the gray needs to connect to the wall. Okay. So these are not both shaded. One of these is yellow. And the fact that one of these is yellow means the 3 is getting at least one of its 3 up here. It's getting 1 there, so it's at least 2, meaning this cell can never be... well, that's going to be hard. This cell can never be cave. And so that's going to force this to be a 9-cell cave region. Because this cave's going to have to get out. It's going to have to take one of these 2 cells. And so that's already going to be at 4. And then it's only got 5 cells in which to get to the edge. I don't think it can possibly get to the edge any way other than this in 5 cells. So that was a great spot to Hawila for that. So yeah, one of these 2 is cave. Now, so now by the no checkerboard rule, this has to be yellow. The cave cannot be longer because one of the rules in this puzzle is that in a connected string of cave cells, digits can't repeat. And so that is a weird Phistomefelian rule to sort of connect this. That's why. In a normal cave puzzle, you're right. The cave could be huge. Right. And now, as numerous people in chat are pointing out, this cell now has to be cave because all the yellow is connected And so because all the yellow is connected, this has to connect in through all of this stuff. Okay, so that is good. I'm trying to pay attention to where 3 is going to go in gray. I think 3 in gray is going to have to go in here, right? Because gray is taking one of these two cells, neither of which can be a 3. Those can't be a 3. Those can't be a 3. So these are the only two places that this gray region can get a 3 from. Yeah, I'm just going to say gray and yellow instead of cave and not cave because I am apparently very very bad at using the right word for these. Right. The 9-cell gray region needs to be surrounded by yellows. Good. So the cave is supposed to be the yellow part, but I keep... Like, when I picture a cave, I think the thing that makes the cave is the walls, but of course the cave is the part you actually walk in. So anyway, the yellow is the thing that's supposed to be called the cave. But the yellow all needs to be connected. The gray here can be at most 9 cells, and so because the gray can be at most 9 cells, and I know already all of these cells form a 9-cell region, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then a 9th, all of these have to be yellow per Woofer's point. So I think Woofer's was the first one I saw point this out, but I think many people in chat did this, is that all of this is that there are torches throughout the cave, we'll say. Okay, so yeah, one of those is the 3. Now the 2 is done. So the 2 needs to inherit grayness all over here. Now this gray needs to connect over here because this can't be yellow. This can't be yellow because it would make a checkerboard, so it's got to be gray. Let's see. This needs to see 4, actually, because it can't see 3. Because gray, remember, this gray segment needs a 3 that's over here somewhere. So the 3 in this box is gone. So this cell can't be a 3. It must be a 4, which means this is lit. That's unlit. That's really cool. I like that a lot, the way that all played out. Okay, so this now is either 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is either 6 or 7. Oh. Yeah, this is 6 or 7. This 4 is never finishing without taking this cell. If this cell were cave, this 4 would not finish. So this is definitely yellow, which now means that this is a 6, which means that this is a 7, which means that we broke it. Oh, I was wrong. I was wrong when I said this couldn't be gray, because, yes, if this were yellow and that were gray, this 4 would finish. So my claim was not correct. But I can, by the way, this is no longer... This is now only 6 or 7. No, it is 5 or 6. Because these are 5, and so it's either these or these plus 1 more that it sees. So this is 5 or 6. So the thing I have to avoid is I have to avoid both of these being 6. Because if both of these were 6, that would break it. But the only way both of those are 6 is if both of these are wall... or both of these are gray, but these aren't both gray anyway, so that's not a huge deal. Let's see. This 3 already sees its requisite number of cells, so those are cave. This is cave to avoid a checkerboard. Let's see. This 3 needs 1 more cell of cave, and it can only get it here. Or sorry, 1 more cell of yellow. Now the 3 is done, so this needs to be gray. So that gets us this over here. I think this is the string of stuff that I wasn't looking at that chat was talking about. Let's see. So this is now already at least a... Oh, no. Oh, yeah. This is at least a 5. It can't be a 6. It's 5, 7, 8, or 9, something like that. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, so changeable, I think, has disentangled what's going on with these 2 clues and the 4. So changeable says if this is a 6, it makes that unlit, makes this a 7, which makes that unlit, and now the 4 has too many cells. So this can't be a 6. Great point to changeable. So therefore, that is cave to make the 5 not get too big. And now the 4 needs this to be yellow in order for it to finish, which now means we actually know what this is. This is actually a 7. Which is all good. Okay, so now we need to ask the question, where does the 4 go inside this, this whole thing? The 4 is in one of these 2 cells. So we need to keep track of that. Let's see. Yeah, this is at least 3, but of course it's much bigger than 3. Oh, in fact, actually, we can do better. We can actually use this cell, because the minimum this cell can possibly be is 6. Because it sees 3, 4, and 5. So this is at least 6. The fact that this is at least 6 and sees nothing in that direction means it needs to take at least 6 cells vertically. 3, 4, 5, 6. So the minimal way I could do that is if both of these are lit. So these are always lit. Or are always yellow. I keep inventing new words that I then keep confusing with other words. But anyway, the point is these are lit. Or these are yellow. And so now, this one I can look at. And so now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now this is currently seeing 6, but it needs to see more because it can't see 6. So this is always lit. But now the 5 is now seeing 5, so that needs to be wall. So this is always 7, 8, or 9. In order to make that work. Let's see. Don't think I know anything about this one immediately. This also has to be wall. Thank you, Russ. Because the 5, I didn't realize the 5 wasn't even pinched in on all its sides. So that's also wall. So this digit, we can keep in mind, needs to be one of these digits by our rules about how caves do cave things. Let's see. Row 4, column 5. Okay. Yeah, so Garion has a point. What is this cell? Well, it's not a 2 because it already sees 3 things, but it's not a 3 or a 4, so it's at least a 5. It's currently seeing 3 cells, so it needs to see at least 2 more. They can only go up this way. So these are both shaded. Thank you, Garion. So that is cool. So this is 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9, something like that. I could probably do better. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is only 5 or 6, right? Because it can only possibly see 1 more. So this is a 5 or a 6. Let's see. This is currently seeing 3, but it needs to see more than 3, but it can do that in lots of ways. So there's an interesting connection between these 2 cells, I think, that might eventually tell me that both of these need to be lit if I look at this. Because if I do connect these cells, I need to make sure that this sees a different number of cells than that. So this can never be 9. actually, is the point. If this were a 9, it would make this whole column lit. But then in order to not be a 9, this would need to be here, but then it would become a 10. So this can't be a 9 at the very least. Okay. Can this wall connect up to here? That's too much wall, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, right. This gray can never connect to this gray. But this gray needs to get out. So this gray needs to come here. Just because the gray needs to get to a wall. This is the only way it's going to get to a wall. But note, again, by the same logic, this gray can't be connected to this gray. That would make a region that was too large. So that's yellow. So now this gray has to continue escaping. So this gray has to get out. If this was gray, we would create all kinds of problems. So it's not gray. A checkerboard's maybe the easiest to see, but would also separate out yellow and all kinds of stuff like that. So that is that. So this gray could theoretically just end there, or it could wrap up to there, maybe. I don't see an immediate problem with that. Okay. So this cell is at most a 5, except it's not a 5. So it's at most a 4. So this is only 2, 3, 4. This cell is now at most a 6, but it's at least a 2. It's not a 3. Oh, it's not a 6 or a 5 either, because there's a 5 and a 6 in the box. So this is a 2 or a 4. The universe where this is a 2 would put caves in both of these. See, if this is yellow, it forces this to be a 4, and then this is done. That seems okay at first blush. This now is a 9, because we've now yellowed the whole row. Right. This can't be yellow now. Okay, good. Thank you. Several people in chat are pointing out. Because this cell can only be 2 or 4, if this was yellow, now what's it going to be? Well, it's going to be, well, it's got to be 4, except it can't possibly ever be 4 because I have a 2-for-1 deal coming up here. So this is like a parity argument here. This needs to be even. If I take this, it's always going to be odd. So this needs to be wall. Very good spot to chat on that one. Let's see. That one has become 9. Let's see. Where else do I have clues? Right, this is 6, 7, or 8, apparently. Let's see. Okay, so now 5... 5 in this, remember, this wall is basically an extra region. Where in this extra region can 5 go? Thought I was going to sneeze. I apparently did. Darn it. I think I'm about 2 for 10 as far as muting the mic when I sneeze. Sorry about that. Okay, so where does 5 go in this whole thing? Well, it can only go these same spots that the 3 does. So this is a 3-5 pair. I think I saw someone in chat say something about a 3-5 pair about an hour ago. So probably they saw this much, much before I did. Let's see. Yeah, this is 5 or 6. Let's see, should I fill in candidates for the rest of this? That kind of seems like overkill, but it also kind of seems like fun. But I should probably postpone that fun for now. Let's see. The Plebiscide, who I'm not sure I've seen before, but welcome, the Plebiscide. Even though I don't necessarily support Plebiscide, we have a strict channel neutral, or we have a strict neutrality policy on this this channel towards Plebiscide. But if this is a 4, Plebiscide asks, doesn't that cut off the wall here? So if this is a 4, that'll be wall. Right, that is absolutely true. Ooh, is a Patreon supporter. Oh, well, that's awesome. Well, welcome. So the Plebiscide is completely right here. If I make this a 4, what that causes is it causes me to put a our newest patron. It causes me to put a gray cell here, a yellow cell here, but now this gray has to get out, and that creates a checkerboard / isolates this / whatever problem you want. So completely correct. Great observation. So that's a 2. That is a gray. So this has now made its way to the edge of the board. So this cave can stop now if it wants to. It is not obligated to continue its trek any further if it does not want to. Newest Patreon supporter. Very nice. Saturday is a great day of the week. I agree. So yeah, oh yeah, typing on a mobile keyboard is really rough for trying to communicate ideas in a complicated Sudoku puzzle. All right, Ben is pointing out that this cell now can't be 2 because of Sudoku, which means this cell is at least 3. And the fact that this cell is at least 3 now means this cell can't be cave. This cell can't be gray. If this cell was gray, this clue could not be bigger than 3. So this cell must be yellow. We're trying not to talk about what cells are or are not cave, very unsuccessfully, but we're trying. Let's see. So this is at least 3, although it could be a jajillion at this point. There's a checkerboard possibility. Okay, great point to Given Jules. Given Jules points out that this is a checkerboard opportunity. If I made this gray, I would create a checkerboard, which I'm not allowed to do. So this is yellow, which now makes all of these huge, because now all of these are at least 5. So these are all from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Now, I can't possibly now... That's awesome. Sorry. They're at least 6. Thank you. I can't possibly now make this yellow, because if I made this yellow, I would make an 8-9 triple. And this is not one of the good puzzles to have an 8-9 triple in. So this is gray, in order to avoid an 8-9 triple. And now that this is... that does not maximize that, or does not, I think, hurt that. Okay, so now this cell is actually maximum 4, but it can't be a 3 or a 1. So this cell is now 2 or 4, just because of the things that it could possibly see. It's at most 4. I'm trying to figure out if I know which way this yellow escapes, but I don't think I do yet. Okay, a lot of people are telling me none of these are 9. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, in order to be 9, I would need to see 3 more cells vertically, and I can't possibly see 3 more cells vertically. In fact, let's just mark all of these for candidates. This is either 6 or 7. It either sees just these 6 or it sees that one more. This could see 6, 7, or 8, because it could see up to 2 more. And this is also 6 or 7, because it either sees these or it sees these plus 1 more. And now doing that was incredibly helpful because it found us a 6-7 pair, which has made this an 8. And that being an 8 has told us that these 2 cells are both lit. Now, also, there's a 7 down here, which does even better. It tells us that that's a 6 and that's a 7. But it was way cooler to find the 6-7 pair first, before we went all through all of that sort of shenaniganery. So now this being a 7 means that is lit, and this is now wall. Now we have to avoid a checkerboard, so that's wall. Now we have to connect to the yellows, so that has to be yellow, because if it wasn't, we would disconnect these yellows from their friends. Let's see, this is currently 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in size, so it can take at most 2 more cells. Let's see. Let's see. Wall in row 1, column 3, I am being told. Let's see. If this is not wall, does that break this cell or something? Let's see. If this is not wall, then this would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't see it. Oh, right. This cell. This cell is at most a 4. However, it's already also at least a 4. Got it. Okay. Thank you, chat. Chat was way ahead of me on this one. This needs to be wall in order to not break the universe with this clue. That is the moral of the story. So now this is a write-in. It's just a 3. Because it sees 3 cells. Let's see. This cell... yeah, the question is, does this get lit or not? I don't think I know yet. I probably will soon. Let's see. Yeah, this is 5 or 6. Don't know about that just yet. Oh, I am meant to think about Sudoku. I thought I already did my Sudoku puzzle for the day. Let's see. This is not the 3, so that's the 3. So there's a 3 over in one of these 2 cells. Let's see. Okay, let's see. Yeah, we can't call it an X-Wing. There might be a lurking Jovi. We would not want to upset Jovi with the calling this an X-Wing. I am told you are not allowed to call something an X-Wing unless it touches at least 4 boxes. Let's see. Okay, so some people are encouraging me to contemplate what this would look like in various conflagrations. So this cell also, yeah, this is not super restricted. Let's see. If this is cave, right. If this is gray, we have a huge problem. Because if this is gray, that's a 2, and this needs to be a 4, and it can't be. So this can't be wall. This has to be lit. Now, by previous work, I need to avoid this being the same as that, which means that this is an 8, this is a 9, and that's lit, and this is unlit. Now, this needs to be a 4 now, so this needs to be lit. Okay. So now we almost have finished our coloring. Gray, yellow, wall, cave, and lit used in one sentence. I did very good at the naming of things. Yes, so excellent. So everyone wins except the people who bet 1, and I did see a bet for 0, and unfortunately, I don't think the 0 bet has paid off, which is very regrettable. Uh, yeah, we need to do this irregular Sudoku stuff, is I think what this is going to really be about now. Because we've got this sort of like quasi-region business. Let's see. Oh, that's not the mode I wanted to be in. I wanted to select the 3s because I have a bunch of 3s. I wanted to think about if I knew anything more about 3s. Well, I know there's a 3 in one of these 2 cells. Let's see. Right. I can actually place the 3. No, I can't place the 3, but I know there's a 3 in one of these 2 cells as well. Let's see, 4 in box 7. I'm being encouraged to think about. 4 in box 7. Yeah, 4 in box 7 is over here just by Sudoku because it can't be there because there's a 4 looking at it. Thank you, more crabs, as I will attempt to call you now that likes are gone. So now the 4 over here goes in one of these 2 cells. There's forest pencil marks here, so it does not go there. Let's see. There is a 4 up in... let's see. Oh, 4 over here. 4 is placed in box 6 because of the pencil marked 4s that I just referred to. Now... yeah, so now 4 is up in one of these 2 cells. Up here. This 4 sees this 4. So that's the 4. Now we're left with just this little not an X-wing on 4s. Let's see. Let's pencil mark this column. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Just see if we can get any winners. These aren't 6 or 7. That's not a 5. That's not a 5. So actually, I know one of these 2 is a 5 for whatever that's worth. It is actually worth something. It actually gets me a digit. One of these 2 is a 5. So now where's the 5 in this box? It only goes one place. The 5 in this box now can only go here. Because the 5 is not allowed to go there for various reasons, which means that's a 5, and therefore that's a 6. So please like the stream while you're watching it. It very much makes my life better when you do that. And so that places the 6 down there, but let's also do the coloring thing, because now that this is a 6, I now need that to be lit. Okay, and now our lighting is done. You can see with the torches all the way around. Everything has happened in good places. Okay, so let's see. So these cells are not 3, 4, 5, 6. So they are 1, 2, not 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 is what these are. Those aren't 9. These aren't 8. That one's not 1 because of the given 1. That wasn't as helpful as I had fantasized about it being. Let's see. So yeah, the don't quite. Yeah, this is the this is highly good liftable. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 to place. That one's not an 8. That was a shorter story than I hoped it would be. Let's see. Where is 5 in column 6? Asks Naverio. So 5 in column 6 is in one of these places, but it's not either of these because that would be 5 repeating within a wall, and you never want to repeat a digit within a wall. It's not there, so therefore 5 is there. That's a good spot, Naverio. This row we can good lift now. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 7, 8. Let's see. Well, we can good lift it. It might not do us any good to good lift it, but it's possible. I'm being told that row 8, column 7 cannot be a 9 for various reasons. Tallcat is using this advanced 9 to place the 1 here, which D1s these cells. So let's see. So that is going to do something, maybe, possibly, maybe not. Let's see. The only possible non-valid clue I can see is a 4 in row 1, column 4. Let's see. I have a 1-8 pair in something. In box row 4, column 2, 3. Let's see. Basically saying if I good lift this, I will be happy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Basically, Gavengels is claiming there's a hidden pair here, which I believe. Okay, so that's not a 1. This is not an 8. These aren't 2. Oh, where did the 2 come from? There's no 2 in this entire row. Did I miss a digit? No. 1, 7, 8, 9 is everything. Okay. So yeah, so these are 1, 7, 8, 9. Okay, how did we get down to that this was a 1-8 pair? That is what I am seeing. Look at the 1-8 in the 9-cell gray region. Oh, wow, that's slick. Okay, well, the 8 could be here, right? Hidden 6 in box 6. Ah, yes, we have... would also help if we removed that 9, so we could see that we have a 2, 7, 8 trip, so that's a 6. So that's not a 6. That's not a 6. So that places the 6 in this box. That is going to put a 6 over there in time. Let's see. And now we have a 2-7 pair in box 9. Thank you, chat. So that's now a 9. Great. So that gives us this 9. Let's see. That 9 means this isn't a 9 anymore. That 9 actually places the 9 in box 5, because this 9 needs to go in this box, and it can only now go there. Likewise, the 9 in row this one needs to go here. Now the 9 in this box can only go in this column. So there's a 9 in this column, so that's not a 9 in particular. I maybe could have found other ways to see that this wasn't a 9, but shut up. Let's see. So, let's see. Do I have a similar restriction on 9s in this row? 9 in this row is not there, there, or there, or there. It's not there. It's not there. It's not there. Yep, so I sure do. One of these two is a 9. 9 in box 1 has been placed, has been called. Let's see. It's not any of those places. There's a 9 hiding up here. It's not a hidden 9, but it's almost hidden. So that's a 9. Thank you, Tallcat. So that's a 9. Let's see. So that's almost all of our 9s. Not quite all of them yet. But this 9 has gone and displaced a 9 pencil mark here. So yeah, so one of those two is a 9. I still have a 1-8 pair in box 4. Let's see. This is... well, it's at least 1, 7, or 8. But the point is... See, I thought the point was something about this gray region, but again, I can hide a 7 over here. So yeah, I'm not quite sure how I'm getting a 1-8 pair here. Let's see. This 1 looks over while we're doing Sudoku things. So this is only an 8 or a 9. So, aha, okay, I finally see it. 1 and 8 are always in these 4 cells. That's the point. Yes, this is by a little-known setter named Phistomefel for this puzzle, ranks. So the thing that Given Jules has wanted me to see for 45 minutes or so is that within this 9-cell cave piece, we now have made it so that 1 and 8 can only go in these 4 cells, and the thing those 4 cells have in common is they all see this cell. So that's a 7, and this is a 1-8 pair, which then bounces back and makes that a 7, which then means these aren't 7. It was a very good spot. It took me a while. Sorry it took me so long to process exactly what was going on with this. But now 7's up here, and so now 7 in box 3 is placed, because 7 in box 3 can't repeat in gray. So 7 is here. Now 5 is here. 2 is there. 7's there. I guess 7 in this gray region was actually immediately placed as soon as that was a 7. Oh, well, sad times. Let's see. So these 3 cells are what? They are a 2, a 3, 5, a 6. We got a 7. We need an 8. 2, 3, 6, 8. Well, that one's not a 3. That one's not a 6 or an 8. Let's see. I guess I can ask where 8 goes in this row. And 8 in this row can't go here or here, or here or here or here. So the 8 in this row definitely goes in one of these 2 cells, which means that's not an 8. And so that now means the 8 in these cells goes in one of those 2 cells. Or sorry, the 8 in this box goes in one of these 2 cells. Now, this 7 actually places a 7 in these cells. And so if you look at it, that means 3, 7, and 9 all need to appear in these cells. I don't get any more cells to put in these. So these are 3, 7, and 9. All of them have to show up. So this one is the 3. So that's a 5, and that's a 3. These aren't 3. That one's the 9. That's the 7. That's the 8. Going on over there. Let's see. These 3 cells. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That is not a 9. These aren't 2, though, so that's the 2. So these 2 cells are known. They are a 5 and an 8. So these 2 cells are known. They are a 6 and a 1, right? That sounds right. Which somehow is not great. Okay, 8 in row 5 I am being asked to consider. Oops, 8 in row 5. Okay, how do I know? Excuse me. Excuse me again. Darn it. I will someday get good at actually hitting that. 8 in box 5? I don't understand this thing with 8s. This tells me that's not an 8 and that's not an 8. I can update pencil marks. So that's probably a key thing that chat has seen that I have not. That's not an 8 either because of that. So this was really just an update your pencil marks thing. Sorry, I did not understand that what people were telling me was to update my pencil marks. So that's a 1, that's an 8, that's a 4. That is what people were telling me, because there were 8s looking at my cells marked as 8, and I was just looking at my pencil marks, and that was not helpful. So that's a 2, a 3, a 6. The comment was helpful, but my approach to it was not helpful. So that's an 8 to finish the column. These two cells are a... I perhaps am instructed to fill in that 8 as well, which is a good idea. Let's see. So these are 1 and 2. I believe, if I have scanned this box correctly, which at this point would be impressive. Okay, so now I need to fill in these candidates. So for the column, these can be 1, not 2, not 3. They can be 4, not 5, 6 or 7 or 8, and they can be 9. I was hoping that that would tell me something in terms of these, but it does not at all. This one can't be 4 at the very least, which gives me a 1-9 pair in the column, which gives me a 4 over here, as disappointing as that is. I was hoping to get to use the don't repeat in the cave rule. This row has a 3 in it now. So this cell, if I believe my pencil marks, is a 3. Don't mind me as I double check that that really is the only place for 3 in this box. Yes, it is. So that's a 3. Now, if I believe my pencil marks, that's a 9. So that's a 1 and a 9. So these cells are a 1, a 2, we've got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 5, 7. These aren't 5. So the 1 in this column is definitely in these cells, so these aren't 1. That might be all I get. There's a 5 in this row, though, so that I do get. So this cell is a 2 or a 7, and it's not a 7, so it's a 2. And a 7. Oops. No. Oh, sorry. I did not scan that correctly. This 7 is already in the row, so this is a 2. So that's a 7, and that's a 2. Let's see. So these are not 2. It's a 1-7 pair. Let's see. This is not 7, and it's not something else either. It's not 2 or 7. It's a 5. That 7 looks over and makes that a 1 and that a 7, and that a 2 and that a 1. This cell is the 1, so that's the 8 and that's the 1. This isn't an 8, and it appears by pencil marks that I knew that that was an 8, so that's a 5 and that's an 8. That's a 6 and that's a 1. Hey, Mavericks, welcome. Let's see. And so we've got a 5 and a 6. Oh, and I have another digit to fill in, apparently. And a 2. There we go. That was really fun. I liked that. There was a lot of various combinations of logic, which I always appreciate between in these sort of hybrid puzzles. But now the exercise is to find the cell that is not clued but that could have been clued. Because it claimed that not all clues are given. Yeah, not bad at all for an unknown setter. For a first-time setter, I think there really is a... it doesn't get much better than that. Row 5, column 6. I think row 5, column 6, if it were clued, would have been a 10. I keep, for some reason, looking at this 6 and going, that could have been clued, and then failing to realize that it was clued. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If this 8 had been a 7, it could have been clued. Okay, so as best chat is able to determine, it sounds like there actually wasn't an unclued cell. The 5 is, again, very close, but not quite, because the 5 is actually a 6. Who knows? Alrighty, well, I'm going to take a short break, and then I'll be right back, and we can do more puzzles. So, puzzle broken, 0% rating. Yeah, no, this was super fun. I really liked I'd not seen this idea of, oh, the cave walls don't have repeated digits, so that put a lot of constraint on this. All right. Anyway, we will be right back. Thanks again to all of our patrons. We very much appreciate all of your support, and that is why we thank you on our Be Right Back screen. But I will be right back. Alrighty, welcome back, everyone. Everyone is sharing their ages in the chat, so feel free to join in if you want, or not if you prefer not to. I do really enjoy the really wide span of age groups that we have represented, because we have a lot of the newer setters who are in their teens, and then we have a lot of older setters as well. So we have a pretty wide spread. Alrighty, so let's have a look at this puzzle by the only pulverizing pancake. Naverio says this puzzle broke him, which is only slightly frightening. But we will but we will do it anyway. Apparently Naverio bifurcated it. That is oh boy, we're going to have fun. Okay. So this puzzle has two mechanics. One of them are killer cages. So these are killer cages. The thing about a killer cage is that digits can't repeat. So all this is really saying is that this digit is not the same as that digit, and this digit is not the same as that digit. And sometimes, occasionally, a killer cage will have a little number in the top. And when it gives you the little number, it's telling you the sum of the digits. So these digits all sum to 24. And then these green lines are whisper lines, which mean that digits that are along the whisper line have to be at least 5 apart. And so, for example, this digit needs to be a digit that is at least 5 away from 4. I will leave a bit of time for you to figure out what digit is at least 5 away from 4. But for example, you could fill in something like 7, 1, 8, 8, 2, or whatever, etc., etc. Let's make sure every pair of adjacent digits have to be at least 5 apart. Good night, Naverio. Hopefully this is not a... hopefully the trauma isn't too bad. All right. Hopefully it won't be too bad for us either. Okay, so this is a gimme. Oh, but we should have put a bet cell, and we should not make this the bet cell. That is my suggestion. Let's make the bet cell be here. How about that? Don't younger people sleep more than older people? I think you gradually sleep less as you age. I think that's true. I don't know. I should let the medical researchers say, but I think that's how it works. I feel like 9 is the smart bet based on what we're about to say, but you can bet whatever you want. But we are going to start our coloring here. So I'm going to color all the digits that are 4 and lower in blue and all the digits that are 6 or higher in orange. And so the key thing about a German whispers line is because I know that this is at least 5 away from a number that's 4 or lower, I know that this digit's high. And then whatever this digit is, it's 6 or higher. So that means these two digits have to be 4 or lower. And so the key thing, if you've not seen German whispers puzzles before, is that they will alternate between digits that are 6 or higher and digits that are 4 or lower. So that's a 9, and these are from 1, 2, and 3. So this is a 3-cell 18 cage without a 9. The most a 3-cell 18 cage without a 9 could add to is 876. So this 18 cage adds to at most 21. I'm not sure that knowing that this cage adds to at most 21 is helpful. What's the lowest digit that could possibly be in here? So 8 and 7 is 15. So no digit in here is less than 3. That does not seem very helpful as these things go. Is the 18 cage set? Yeah, it needs at least 2 highs. That's what I was thinking, but I don't think it's fixed. So I was trying to see if this digit looking at the 24 cage is interesting, but who knows? Okay, I'm gonna color this whole line, this whole zigzag line, without knowing what the parity is. So I'm gonna try and color everyone because I want to know what's going on with these 9 cages. So I'm gonna color every other cell in this yellow, and then the others purple. So what's going on here is that error in box 3. Box 3 and 7 miscolored. Oh, yes, okay, these cells I swapped. And to these cells I swapped. So this is purple and then yellow, thank you. This is purple and then yellow. I did not alternate well, we'll say. Okay. So these are these. Okay, so the so the 9 cages are very interesting. And so 9 is not quite big enough that I can color the other side. But the thing I wanted to see was I wanted to see if these two were the same or different. And I figured while I was seeing if these two were the same or different, I would go ahead and color the rest of it. So these two are the same, for whatever it's worth. But yeah, they could be like, this could be a 4 with that being a 5. I think that would be fine, for example. So I don't think I know that this is purple. Someone in chat is pointing out that the 6, I know 6 isn't in one of these cells in this box. I know it's not there. So yeah, it's 5 or purple. But that seems like the kind of the pencil marking that something is 5 or purple is the way that madness lies. So I would prefer, if possible, to avoid doing that. At least one of them is purple. That's certainly true. One of these 2 cells is purple. I will give you that. That is a good thing to say. Gray purple coloring. 4 can be placed in box 7. Oh, in box 7, right. Okay, so... that's a good point. Okay, so 4 in box 7 has to go exactly here. So the reason for this is... Oh, or could it go there? Okay, so let's figure it out. I think it's 2 places. 4 can't go any of these places. If 4 was here, that wouldn't work because it would place a 9 here. If 4 was here, it would place 2 9s there, so that's even more wrong. If 4 was here, it would place a 9 there, so that's not going to work. So the 4 is in one of these 2 places. Of course, if this is a 4, it forces these to both be 9, which is interesting. But I don't quite know yet exactly what I think is going on with that. I mean, I don't really, to be honest, think I have any idea what's going on in this puzzle at all, as of yet, but... in box 4. So, Tom has an interesting point, which is that these are the 3 good purples. So, in other words, these are not 4 or 6. Because none of these could be 4 or 6. And so these are either a 7, 8, 9 triple, or they are a 1, 2, 3 triple. It's very interesting. And yeah, the same thing applies here. What do I do with that? Oops. Sorry, I accidentally hit a button and it full screen. So apologies if that destroyed the world briefly. Let's see. Let's see. Mario asks if there's an interaction among boxes 1, row 2, and column 2 in terms of fives. That's actually an interesting... That's a very interesting question, is to look at the 5 here. So where is the 5 in this column? Well, the key thing is you can never put a 5 on a whisper line. So there's a 5 in one of these places in the column. And there is a similar situation where there is a 5 in one of these places in the rows. And so I think the upshot of Mario's point is that one of these two cells is always a 5. Or both. They could both be 5s. Unfortunately, that does not immediately clearly get me things, I don't think. As much as I would like it to. So let's see. Does it do anything if this is purple or if this is yellow? I do really like that 5 idea. I feel like something like that is the thing that this pattern most suggests to me. Yeah, if it's yellow, then this is purple, and I've got all the purples in this row and all the purples in this column. I actually know these two are different, although who knows what I'm supposed to do with the fact that these two are different. I mean, it tells me this isn't a 4 or a 6, I suppose. Yeah, I guess, so maybe that's the point. These triples are the same digits. So these are the same digits, but these two aren't the same digit. So is there some way or some cell that somehow sees, let's see, so this is not the same digit as that. So where does this go in the box? This goes here or here in the box. Okay, so one of these 3 is a 7 or a 3. Let's just imagine one of these 3 is a 7 and one of these 3 is a 7. Is there any restriction on which of them it is that is a 7? Hey, Alan, welcome. Glad that your father convinced you to join us. Hopefully, you have fun. Effect on box 5. Where do row 5, column 2, and row 2, column 5 go in box 5? Let's see, well, if these were the same, and these two could be the same, I think. At least in theory, I think these two could be the same, in which case they would both go here, for example. Which is unfortunate. Trying to make sense. Can I do anything with Andrew's observation that one of these two cells is purple? Which seems like a stretch, but I can try. I'm thinking about like this 18 cage I know needs two highs somewhere, but they could both be there, for example. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, if this is purple, it's interesting, but but it doesn't even do anything that I can see. I guess if this is purple, do I know that? Maybe I don't. I was about to say if this is purple, I think it has to be a 4 or a 6, but I don't think I know that because I don't think I know how these purples are related to those purples. I don't know what Silvester is. So if I'm supposed to interpret something out of the title, I am going to be very lost. Yeah, so there is a 6 up here somewhere. Silvester is a cat. Oh, so this is the cat, and that's the cat again, but it's not quite the same cat. But it's a similar cat. I mean, it feels almost ridiculous to say, but there's a 6 in one of these 3 cells. The fact that this 9 sees the entire 18 cage really reads to me as important, but I can't figure out anything to do with it. But other than that, it's very... Let's see. Nicholas says this can't be a 4 or a 6. Let's see. If this is a 6, this would be a 1. I don't see why this being a 1 is immediately bad. $876 doesn't add to 18, Nicholas. 876 adds to 21. If this were a 21 cage, I would definitely know what to do with it. Let's see. Martin says either row 7, column 2, or row 2, column 7 is a 4 or 6. Otherwise, 2 different purples get forced into row 1, column 1. Oh, this is a fireworks thing. Okay. I'm glad I once watched a video with Shai explaining what a firework is. Not like I remember what a firework is. Let's not go that far. But these can't be 4 or 6. That's not row 7. This is row 7. Got it. Okay. Let's try again. Row 7, column 2, row 2, column 7. So the claim is one of these has to be a 4 or 6. So if it's not a 4 or 6, then what happens is then these are a, say, 7, 8, 9 triple. That's a 7, 8, 9 triple. Basically, if neither of those is a 4 or 6, then these three are the same as these three, and we ask ourselves, where did those three cells go in this box? They can't go any of those places. And so now suddenly these three cells are, excuse me, these three cells are here. But now I have to somehow understand how these cells play with that. But that's definitely the right thing to think about. So we have to understand exactly how the world falls apart if neither this cell nor this cell is a 4 or 6. And so the answer is if neither of these two cells is a 4 or a 6, it forces these to be the same as these, which are in turn the same as these. And so then we've got to figure out, okay, so where does everything get jammed up in this box? Oh, okay. Tallcat has a way to phrase this, which I think is going to work nicely for me, which is, where do the three purples here go in row 1? So they go in 3 of these 4 cells. So 3 of these 4 cells are purple. And by symmetry, 3 of these 4 cells are purple. Now, if all 3 of these cells were purple, then that would make it impossible for me to get my 3 purples in these 4 cells. And so that means not all 3 of these are purple, which means this cell's always purple and this cell's always purple. Okay, I like that way of explaining it. I understand that way of explaining it, per Tallcat. Do you feel I did your point adequate justice, Tallcat? So now we need... now I think the conclusion is we're now going to need this to be purple. Because now, remember, now we still need to get... and I guess it should be noted, this is definitely one of these 3. It's definitely not 4 or 6. And that's definitely not 4 or 6. I mean, this one I can visibly see is not 4 or 6, but whatever. So now I need 2 purples in there out of these 3, and I need 2 of these 3 in here. That's never going to happen if I don't make this cell purple. Because if this cell isn't purple, in order to make that happen, I'm going to need 4. So this is always one of those purples. There are 4 purple values, but these are not these are not 4, 6. So these are like the good purples. So I could give them like a flash of some sort, like a gray flash here to say these are purples I know are not 4 or 6. So all of these are purples I know are not 4, 6. So these are like, it's a little weird to mark purples I know aren't 4, 6, but these are purples I know aren't 4, 6. And so, and that's the point. One of these 2 is a purple gray. One of these 2 is a purple gray. So this line needs to have a 4 or 6 on it. Because the only purple that the only purple that's not forced into these cells is the purple 4 or 6. So this whisper line has a 4 or a 6 on it and a 1 or a 9 on it. So it is either 6 with a 1 here or 4 with a 9 in one of the other places. Those are the only possibilities for this whisper line because the grays, via the magic of Tallcat's point, are the other grays are scattered across here. Okay. So I guess I could color these all with a gray flash if I wanted to. I don't know that that is the thing I want in my life. Uh, these two I know are different, although it doesn't matter at all because I know they're not 4. One of these is purple gray. These is purple gray. Aha! Here's another point. The purple that is a 4-6 is on this line, so it's not here. So the last purple in this box is over here, and the last purple in this box is over here. So this cell is, I regret to say, 5 or yellow. Oh, I don't want to color that. Don't make me color 5 or yellow. But these two cells can't be purple. That is the further corollary, whatever, of tallcat's point. Is these are not purple. Does that help at all? Well, if these were... Do I want these both to be yellow? Let's see. Am I supposed to now think about, like, these 3 cells in the first row? I mean, obviously 2 of these 3 cells are these 2 cells. I don't need any fancy Sudoku techniques to see that. Yes, we know the 3 corners are different. So the 3 corners are the 3 different flavors of 789 or 123. Yeah, we can color 5s in green when we know something about 5s. So yeah, so there's another purple gray here. There's another purple gray here. The last purple gray is on here. So I guess the thing that I'm being encouraged to do is to color all of these cells yellow or green. Because I know all of these cells are either purple, or either yellow or 5. Let's see. Row 3, column 3 says the commenter formerly known as Barbie. Can't be 4 because of box 7. If this were a 4, it would make that a 9, but it would also make this a 4 and that a 9. That's not going to work. Okay, great. Very nice. Okay, so this is definitively a 4 or a 6. And then this is a 1 or a 9. Very, very cool. Okay. Yeah, and so this is that purple. So now we know where the purple is. So yeah, so this is the purple. This is the bad purple. We'll make it purple black to indicate it is not purple gray. And so that's all the purples for this row. And all the purples for this column. So now we get some more cells that I can color yellow-green, much to my chagrin. Let's see. So now... So in particular, these are not 4 or 6. These are the gray ones. These are gray. Yes, this is yellow. That's a good point. Okay. And so yeah, and once I know that, then yeah, these are the purple grays. Uh, I don't know, for whatever reason, this was the pattern my brain wanted the purple grays to be in, as this sort of spread pattern. Uh, yeah, so we're back to the point that I think was the first point I really liked that someone in chat made, which is that I think Mario made this point. One of these three cells is 5. One of these three cells is 5. So that means at least one of these two is a 5. In fact, we now know exactly one of these two is a 5, because if they were both 5, it would become impossible to put 5 in this box. So exactly one of those two is a 5 for whatever imaginable good that gets us. This cell isn't a 1-9 anymore. For whatever that gets us. So that actually does tell us a little something. So this has to be the yellow 2-8, right? This can't be anything other than the yellow 2-8. Because the yellow 3-7, nope, that's not true. Don't listen to me. The purple 1-9, I have no idea where the purple 1-9 is. I only know where the yellow 1-9 is. Don't listen to me. Yes, purple gray is by definition not a 4. So thank you, Andrew. So therefore we can place the 4. Good point. That was our whole agenda item there. So one of these two is a 4. Oops. Because I can't put a 4 in the 9 cage. It would put a 5 on a line. So is that our digit dance? Well, technically we got a digit over here, but this we can digit dance for. As they say. I'll do it. Haha. This is a very cool puzzle. I like this one a lot. Okay. So now where is 4 in box 6? So 4 in box 6, as Garion points out, is now over here. It can't repeat in the 24 cage. It can't go in the 9 cage, which means there's a 4 over here, except it's not gray, and it can't go there. So that places this 4. Let's see. So now I have to ask myself where 4 goes in this row. It doesn't go there, or there, or there. It's not gray. It doesn't go there by Sudoku. So 4 in this row is in one of these two cells. However, we can do the same trick. Where does 4 go in this column? Well, 4 in this column, it's not gray. It doesn't go here by Sudoku. It can't go there or there. It can't go there by Sudoku, so one of these two is 4. And so now we got that whole pattern that we were hoping for, which is that one of these two is 4 and one of these two is 4, but that means that this cell has to be 4. Boop! And so this is a 9. And we can move on a bit. So that helps a lot. So let's go to colors and let's redo yellow as orange. And let's redo purple as blue. Just so that we can keep up our thing. So 4s are blue, by the way. So all of this is awesome. Let's see what we can do now. So I'm going to undo the gray coloring, I think, as soon as I mark all of the grays as 1, 2, 3. And so because all the grays are 1, 2, 3, that's the only thing that being gray means. I'm going to get rid of the gray coloring just to make my life a little bit easier. Now, yeah, so those are 1, 2, 3. These are 6, 7, 8, I guess. This can't be a 6, so this is a 7 or an 8. This is a 7 or an 8. These are from 6, 7, 8. So one of these two is a 6, so one of these two is a 1. So that's not a 1, for whatever that is worth. We do need a 9 in this box somewhere, but I don't know where yet. Okay, I do now know. Chat, I know, was very, very excited to get this very, very much earlier, but we now finally know that these two cells are blue, because now this can't be a 4 anymore, so it can't be putting a 5 on the opposite side. So these are 1, 2, 3. So that means these two cells are orange or green. They're either 5 or high, just because I have all the lows in the row. Do I have a similar thing in the column? I do. I have all those here. So these are all orange or green. Just for the column. Let's see. See, I'm being asked where 6 goes in row 2. That's probably a good question. Not there, not there, not there. So 6 in row 2. Not here either because of the pencil marks. Beautiful. Okay, so that's a 6. So it's not green anymore. Gorgeous. Okay, excellent catch to more crabs. So one of these two is 5. So neither of these two is a 5. So this is a 5 by our previous 5 logic. Bouncing through this box. Basically, remember, we proved that these were not both 5, but one of them was a 5. As soon as this was identified to be not a 5, this had to be a 5. But the way that happened is by bouncing through this box, if you wanted to re-examine it for yourself. Okay, so there are no 1, 2, 3s in the 24 cage. Oh, except possibly there. So these 4 digits sum to at least 4, 5, 6, 7, right? What is 4, 5, 6, 7? 4, 5, 6, 7. 4 and 5 is 9. 6 and 7 is 13. So these sum to at least 22. Because these are all 4 of these cells are Sudoku'd out of being 1, 2, 3. So this cell's always a 1 or a 2, is the point. Now, this cell we said already can't be a 1, because remember, one of these two cells is a 6. Wait. No, sorry. Darn it. This cell could be a 1. It couldn't be a 3. That was the thing we proved. But yeah, sadly, this cell we don't know is not a 1 yet, I don't think, if I remember what I did before. But it's blue, so I'll take blue. Da-dee-dee, da-dee-da. So yeah, if these two cells are the same, they're the same as that cell, for whatever that's worth. These two I know are different. Do I want to try and subcolor these? I mean, I feel like I really want to subcolor these, but I don't know what on earth I would dream of doing with it if I subcolored these. I was right that one of these had to be a 1. Always has a 1 looking at it. Okay, how did I prove that this always has a 1 looking at it? Oh, right. Sorry, it's a whisper line, not a 9 cage. I was like, okay, yes. Yes. So I saw the 6, 7, 8 triple and understood all of that, but I somehow was thinking this was a 9 cage and not a whisper line. Right. One of these two is a 6. Whichever one is a 6 makes one of these a 1. And so this is always not 1, it's always 2. And so that means the exact contents of this cage are 4, 5, 6, 7, and 2. And of course, these I know aren't 4. These I know aren't 6, so I know one of these is a 6. Let's see, and then that's going to tell me that these aren't 2. Which is not going to tell me that these are not 7, which is my immediate brain reaction to that. So we've got all of that. Okay, and now the 6 in box 9 is now going to be forced here. Very good point, chat. Okay, and now I have 5 green-orange cells, so this cell has to be blue. Let's see, it's a 1, 2, or 3. Let's see. Okay. Well, this cage has a 5 in it. Because this cage has a 5 in it, this cell sees a 5, it's not 5. This cell is an honest high digit. It's a 7 or an 8. Honest, hardworking high digit. So that's that. Where is 9 going in this column? The only place 9 can go in this column is up top here. Good point by chat. This cage also has a 7 in it. So this is just an 8. It's just an 8. Nothing fancy about it. No highfalutin nonsense. And this being an 8, and this is gorgeous setting, tells me this isn't a 5, because if it was a 5, I'd need a second 5 in the cage, and that's not going to work. This cell's now low, because these two add to 10. One's high, the other has to be low. So we're now at the, like, so many different things are happening that we have to be super... we're not going to see all the points right away. We now have 4 honest orange cells, so this is the liar. So we have that now. One of these two is the liar for this box. This is the liar for this box now. It's just forced. It can't go anywhere else. So this is orange. This is a 7-8 pair. Let's see. So yeah, so I can probably figure out what this is. Oh, actually, yeah, we just literally know. We have a 6, an 8, and a 9. So this is a 7 and a 3. So that's a 1. Now we've got to update our pencil marks all over the place. That's not a 3. That's not a 3. We've got our 1, 2, 3 for this column. These aren't 1. Let's see. Those are a 1, 2 pair. Let's see. So these are orange because we have our liar and the 4 blues for the column. So these are orange. They're a 7, 8, 9 pair. 7, 8, 9 triple. So these aren't 7. So that means that this is a 5, 6, and this is a 4, 7. Now that's all the oranges and greens for the box. So these are all blue. Yeah, I guess I don't know that these aren't both 1. I might, if I really thought about it carefully, know that these aren't both 1, but I have not yet thought about it enough to decide if I believe that or not. Much to the credit of the setter. I've not yet reached to the point where I wanted to think about that. Okay. Do I know this cell isn't a 6? I don't think so. Trying to think about where does the 5 go in here and these assorted nonsenses. But I have not yet gotten there. Okay, so this is not a 6, 8, or 7. So this is a 9. I can at least go that far. This is a 6 or 8. And it's not a 6 because there's a given 6, so it's an 8. Fancy given divot. Fancy given digits. There we go. This is not a 3. These are a 5-6 pair. Let's see. Yeah, this needs a 7. Good point. So that is the 7. It's orange. Yeah, so these are an 8 and a 5 in some order. Let's see. So, yeah, the 8 sees that. The 9 sees that. None of that is immediately promising. 6 and 7 across the way. So we have an 8 and a 9 down here, as well as some other miscellaneous 1, 2, 3 sort of item. Let's see. Right. Good point. So this now can't be a 3. So once this can't be a 3, as Garion points out, this can't be a 6, which tells us this is a 6. So that's a 3. So that's not a 3. That's not a 3. That's not a 3. That gives us a 1-2 pair in box 9, which places the 3 in box 9, means that's not a 3 either. Not a 3, which places the 3 here. Makes that a 2 and that a 3. That 2 makes that a 1 and that a 2. That 2 makes that a 1 and that a 2. Let's see. This 1 makes that a 2. These are not 2. That's not 2 either. In fact, actually, now that's forced to be 2. It doesn't have any other options. So that's not 2, and that's not 2. So that is 2. Let's see. Yeah, 7, 8 with a 1, 2. Okay. This is next to both a 2 and a 3, so it can't be an 8. Being next to a 2 and a 3 means so it can't be a 7. It has to be an 8. 7 is not 5 away from 3, a fact that comes up in Sudoku more than you would think. So this is a 7, which makes that a 2. Probably Sudoku also would have told me this was a 2 if I had paid any sort of attention to it at all, but I sort of lost track of the Sudoku theme. This is an orange cell, but it's not 6, 7, or 8, so it's a 9. So this is an orange cell that is a 7 or an 8 always, because it's not a 6 or a 9. Let's see. This is a very Sudoku-y Sudoku puzzle. It turns out that actually doing the classic to start was good preparation for what was to come. The 2 is placed here. I'm going to guess chat probably saw that this 2 was placed about 15 minutes ago. This is definitely the hardest pulverizing pancake puzzle I've done, although it might be my favorite pulverizing pancake puzzle I've done, but I really like this. Has this been on CTC? This feels like the perfect CTC puzzle. Let's see. I'm being told that something box 7. Via box 6. This 7 can't be next to a 3 anymore. So that's a 1. That's a 3. That 1 goes up there. That's a 3. That's a 1. That's a 3. That's a 1. I think chat was seeing that slightly differently than I did, but whatever. We got it all filled in. That's all that matters. Let's see. That's not a 7 anymore. This 1 looks over, actually, and fixes the 4 and the 1. So let's see. There's a 1, 2, 3 in this row. I need to fit a 4 in here somewhere. Let's see. Well, this isn't an 8, so this is a 7 or a 9. It's a 7 or a 9, but it's next to a 3. And fun fact that you may have heard a lot by now, 7 is not 5 away from 3, so it's a 9. And that's a 7. So let's see. Oh, we've got all our highs. So everything left in here to be found is a... Actually, the only things left in this row are a 4 and a 5. Let's see. Eight goes with 3 in box 4. Good point. So 3 only goes next to 8 and 9, as Barbie points out. So this is an 8, 9 and 8. I will eventually stop calling you Barbie, but it will take a bit. Sorry about that. I will adjust. I am capable of growth. It's just slow. 1, 2, let's see. I need a 3. Oh, well, I know where the 3 goes. The 3 in this row can only go here. So this is a 5 or a 6. Let's see. Okay, so now, as Andrew is pointing out, Andrew Clark this time. Welcome, Andrew Clark. There are a number of Andrews. I'm not sure that I have noticed you yet, but welcome. Andrew Clark points out that this orange cell sees 6, 7, 8, and 9, so it can't actually be orange. It actually is green. So that is a 5, which makes that a 6 and that a 5, which means this is honest. This is the liar for the box. Let's see. So now the liar for this box goes here. So this 5 comes down here. So that's the 6. That's the 5. So that's orange. That's green. This green looks up here and says that that's actually not green. And so now this is green. It is a 5. The 5 here looks down and says that's a 4 and that's a 6. So that's blue and orange. This had better be a 7 in orange, or the world is having problems. Let's see. These digits are a 6 and a 7. That's an 8. That being an 8 makes that a 7. That 7 gives us the 4 and the 7 down here. The 7 is high. Let's see. This 3 is next to a 7 or 8, but it can't be next to a 7 because 7 is not 5 away from 3, today's theme. So that's a 7, that's a 6 and a 7. Let's see. Oh, there's one last 5. Damn it, they're multiplying again. There we go. We have gotten the last one dealt with. There's a 6 up here. So there is a 4 here. This is an 8 now. Yes. Happy Easter egg hunting to all of you who celebrate Easter. Let's see. These two are orange. Let's see. That's all of the oranges for this box. So these two are blue. We're doing the finish coloring before you accidentally finish the puzzle without coloring, which is always the most classic of mistakes to make in a puzzle. But we have successfully colored before we finish, which is very important. Alrighty, so this is a 9 because it's not an 8. So this is the 8. So the bet cell was a 9. So actually, funnily enough, 9 was the most likely thing because you knew at least the 9 in box 8 from the beginning wasn't here, and we actually got it. There's the 9. There's the 1. There's the 4. So that was actually, I think, the most popular bet. So I think the Zeta Casino has been paying out a lot today between this and the Phistomefel puzzles. So we might have to start to lowering the payout odds to recoup some of our losses from a generous day. It's a very awesome puzzle. Very, very cool. The use of the firework thing there was very cool. Although I don't 100% claim that I could define what a firework is exactly, but the I was able to logic through it with the help of Tallcat and everyone, and it was very cool the way this all worked out and the way you had to sort of like pay attention simultaneously to this row and this column. Bet sandwich sum. Yes, you must bet on the sandwich sum that will arise in row 3 in the next puzzle. That will be our way of handling it. All right, I'm going to take a real quick break, and then we'll be back. We'll be back with more puzzles, but I absolutely loved this one. I'm very happy I picked this one out of wherever on Earth I found it. I could not even begin to remember where I found it from. Yeah, Jessica, actually, funnily enough, you say you like that I take the time to pause and admire the puzzles at the end. It was actually a recommendation by stream favorite Glum Hippo, suggested, hey, why don't you talk about the structure of the puzzle afterwards? And I think that was a very good idea, and it's something I try to do. And yes, I think this would be an excellent CTC puzzle because I think Simon would actually find it fairly quickly. I think if I'd have done this on my own, I probably would never have found it. But once it was pointed out that Silvester to UK people means New Year's, and New Year's to UK people means fireworks. And fireworks is what Shai calls this pattern. And so you were supposed to, this pattern. And so that combination of things was supposed to get you there, I believe. Oh, Europe, not UK. I am being told. Yes, I would not have connected the dots, but all right. Anyway, be right back with more puzzles. Welcome back, everyone. Last Whispers puzzle was so much fun. Let's do another Whispers puzzle. This one by grkles. I'm totally not doing this one just to avoid doing whatever other grkles puzzle that grkles has been trying to get me to do lately. That I believe Naverio told me that under no circumstances whatsoever should I ever attempt on stream. But whatever, we'll do this one. It should be lovely. So we have normal Sudoku rules. I will, for once in my life, read the rules and see that it is anti-king. So anti-king means that in a normal puzzle, you could do this. That would be fine. But this one you absolutely should not, you cannot do that because this is a king's move in chess away. So this being anti-king means that. I love how I say that, and that is enough for Totally Normal Cat to say, yes, I back up Naverio on that one, if it's the one I'm thinking about. It's like, I think the one that I'm talking about, if I recall, is like some of the numbers are positive and some of them are negative, and you have to set up a system of like 65 equations in order to figure out which are positive and which are negative for the killer cages or something. I did a 6x6 version, but the 9x9 seemed ambitious, we'll say. These are the same whispers lines as in the previous puzzle. So these two digits need to be at least 5 apart. So 2 and 7 would be fine. Ranksk adds that, in fact, this puzzle, I think Ranksk has solved this puzzle because Ranksk also knows, and we won't use this in the solve, but this puzzle is also anti-rook, not just anti-king. So that is... that is good to know, but we'll be careful not to use that in the solve, but it will help us know if we've gone astray, if we violate the anti-rook rule. I mean, the fact that I have not, or that I saw that it was anti-king less than 30 minutes in, was quite impressive. Yeah, so rooks in chess move up and down, so every puzzle is anti-rook. That is the joke that Ranksk is making. So like a rook in chess moves left to right or top to bottom, as case may be. So saying a puzzle is anti-rook. Much like when people say that a puzzle is anti-queen, what they really mean is that it's anti-bishop, because, of course, the north, south, east, west move of a queen is sort of already covered. Don't worry, we can still forget about the anti-king rule at least once. I 100% agree, because anti-king usually isn't useful immediately. And so it is very easy, even if you do actually read that the rules are anti-king, it is easy to then forget by the time it is relevant. And then these black dots are ratio dots, so they mean the ratio of these two dots is 1 to 2. So, for example, one could be 6 and one could be 3. Note, I can't make one 6 and one 12, so there are limited options for what the black dots can be. Okay. So the first thing I see is that one of these two cells... Actually, I probably can figure out what these are, right? Not quite. One of them is 6 or 8, because one of them has to be high. And then once the one is 6 or 8, the thing across the dot has to be 3 or 4. 6 would only go with 1. So if one of these were 6, it would go with 1 on the whisper. And then would go there. Grkles says this puzzle is very hard. I will be intimidated. Is it as hard as the last puzzle we did? Isaac Sudoku was pro rook. That's true. Isaac Sudoku was amazing. That was an amazing puzzle. But yeah, so there is a 6 or 8 on here, which has got to be relevant somehow. Let's see. I know there's a 5 up here somewhere. I don't know if that's going to do me any good. So here's a good point. That is what Garion is getting at, is that these little shapes, because of the anti-king, I can't put 4 or 6 on them. Because if I put a 4 here, it's going to make both of those 9. which would violate the anti-king. So in fact, if I look in this column, I can't put 4, 5, or 6 on the green stuff. So this is a 4, 5, 6 triple. And there is a similar thing going on in row 3 where this is a 4, 5, 6 triple. Now, you usually can't put 5 on black dots in most puzzles. And so that means that this cell is either a 2, an 8, or a 3. And the same thing, Garion points out, is also true in box 2, where, yes, we have this whole 4, 5, 6 stuff. Column 2, does it work equally well? I don't think it works in column 2 because there's no vertical bar here. So I don't think we get a 4, 5, 6 triple in column 2. Okay. So it's interesting to note there does have to be a 7 on one of these, and the 7 has to be with a 1 and a 2 next to it. And likewise, there has to be a 3, and the 3 has to be with an 8 and a 9 next to it. Let's see. Row 2. Right. Row 2 has 2 more 4, 5, 6 spots once I look at Sudoku, because these can't be 4, 5, 6. These can't be 4, 5, 6. This already is. These can't be 4, 5, 6. These need to be 4, 5, 6. Thank you. Because of the fact that, as Perla says, 4, 5, and 6 have to actually be in row 2. My statement was complete nonsense down here, wasn't it? No, I think it wasn't. I don't think it was nonsense. I think it is true. This could be a 4, right? This could go 4, 9, whatever. And hey, Sam, welcome. People were just talking about your 5-list puzzle, so you are famous in the Zetaland chat. Let's see. Now, of course, I'm like, where did these 2 4, 5, 6s go in this row? And they can only go... So 2 of these 3 cells are 4, 5, 6s. If we want to find another firework... Now, here's an interesting point. These 2 cells are these 2 cells, because I have to put these 2 cells in this box. I don't know if that's going to, like, carry anywhere further, but I do know that these 2 are these 2. So this is the one that shows up here. Have good stuff, Eleventicles. I look forward to seeing you again around again soon. There we go. Those are words. I can do words sometimes. So I still feel like the fact that I need a 6 or an 8 here has to be the key. So maybe somehow I'm supposed to see that I can't possibly put a 6 on this. But I'm not quite sure how. It's not clear to me yet. So people are saying can't put a 4 on there. Can't put a 4 on this? Is that what we're saying? Definitely can't put a 4 on the line. I believe that because the high digit is either a 6 or an 8. So are people suggesting that I pencil mark this 1, 2, 3, 6, 8? It's true. I can do that. 1, 2, 3, 6, 8. It's not wholly unreasonable. So can I then leverage that into these? Not 8. Okay, why no 8? Okay, people seem to be retracting the claim that there's no 8. Because this was what I assumed was going to be the break-in at the start of the puzzle, was figuring out, okay, there's got to be a 6 or an 8 on here. Yeah, well, there's no 8 on the other end of the black dots. That I'll agree with. So if you want, I can write in, these are, so there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 8. But I think a lot of these I can kick out. There's no 8 on the other end. If there were a 3 here, it would go with an 8. So there could be a 6. So I could have a 3 and an 8, and then a 6 and a 4. I think that would be okay. As long as this is an 8, then one of these is a 4. If this isn't... And so if this is a 6, then of course I have a 6 and a 1, and then the 6 and the 1 go with a 2 and a 3 in the box. Hey, Alex. This cell can't be 4, 5, or 6 because it sees a 4, 5, 6 triple. By King's move. This alignment also bothers me, or also sticks out. Let's see. So Jay is asking if maybe we should think about where these 3 digits go in this box. I think that's a worthwhile endeavor, for lack of better thing to do. Good night, plebiscite. Welcome. Thank you again for becoming our newest patron. So these 3 cells, and I'm just coloring them just so I can think about this group of cells, they have to go here, here, and here in this box. Okay, so that is very interesting, actually. Because, of course, this can't be there. So this goes up here somewhere. Row 4, column 5 is also purple. Ah, right. Right, by anti-king. Because this cell has to go in row 3, and it's not a 4, 5, or 6. So, yeah, so this is one of the purple cells. This digit, of course, has to show up in this column somewhere. Do I know the place this digit shows up isn't there? I don't think so. So it's interesting to note the purple The purple digits include 2 digits of one parity, one high-lowity, and 1 digit of the other high-lowity. So there are only actually 2 ways to fill in a double purple on a green line segment. Which makes me kind of want to subcolor these, but I don't have any idea how to do it. But for example, yeah, like these are the 2 different ways to fill this. See, row 4, 6, and 7, column 6. Let's see, do I have letters today? I think I do. Enable letter tool. We can maybe do that, although I don't know that I can track them anywhere yet. But I think it could be possible. Row 4, 6, 7, column 6. In box 2. Oh yeah, these 3 are going to be these 3 for basically the same reason, although I don't really want to... Because like if I do the same thing, I have to do the same thing with a completely different set of digits, right? Like these 3, I could make these green, and then say the 3 green digits are going to end up in box 3 here. Wait. Yes, okay, yes. So 1 green digit is also purple. Which seems like... So there's this 1 weird digit that doesn't show up on any of those things. Yeah, this is the neither green nor purple digit. Let's see. Sadly, there's still no 2 of these digits that I actually know are the same. Is there a place I can do this where I actually know 2 of the digits are the same? That would be really interesting. Row 2, column 4. Yes, row 2, column 4 is both purple and green. That is the current nature of this this coloring. I'm not sure if thinking about these on top of each other is making life easier for us. Immediately. So the 2 ways to make a line yeah, so just to re-go over, because Ben is talking about this thing, so these are 2 high digits and a low digit, or 2 low digits and a high digit. So that means there's only 2 different ways to put together 2 greens on a whisper, which is to always take the high and then take whichever of the 2 lows you want, or the other way around if it happens to go the other way around. But I don't think in this instance, I don't think I even know that this is different from this. Actually, I do know that these two are different. I know they're different because this cell is part of this whisper, just by Sudoku. Let's see. Row 4, column 2 can't be purple. Is that interesting? So okay. So we're going to make this cell blue just so that we have, oh, sorry, not blue because we don't like to use blue next to purple. Red. I'm going to make this cell red. No, orange. Orange will stand out more. Make this cell orange. So it is of note that every cell in a green line is orange, green, purple, or both green and purple. Because there are 6 total digits that can appear on these little ring appetizer-shaped things. And so Ranks points out a thing that I kind of wanted to use earlier, but then didn't work. But here, this one can't be purple. So this is either the orange digit or it's green. So this is either orange or green. For whatever that is worth. I don't want to put orange/green in it because this is both purple and green. But the reason this isn't purple is because it sees all 3 purples. This actually sees all 3 greens, for what it's worth, via a combination of King's Move. So this is not green, but it could even be 4, 5, 6 if it wanted to be. We don't know anything about it. Let's see. So I'm very willing to use letters if I could label any of them as anything that I could track. I just don't so far see any way that these things are... I see these things moving around as sets. I don't yet see them moving around as individual cells. Let's see, row 2, column 7. Row 2, column 7... okay. Row 2, column 7 is perfect. Row 2, column 7 is not purple and it's not red. Great point, Peckin. So it sees every purple digit and it sees red. So this cell is definitely green. So that is a good observation. Again, I don't know which green it is in this box, but it's one of them. I probably don't need to be like coloring the 4, 5, 6s, the separate 4, 5, 6s. But maybe I do. I don't know. But yeah, this is green and not purple. The digit that's both green and purple is over here for whatever it's worth. So do I know that the digit that's both green and purple... So the digit that's both green and purple shows up on 2 flavors of green line. Do I know it shows up on 2 flavors of purple line? Maybe I don't. No, I do. It shows up on... Wait, do I know that these are not the same? Yes, I know that these are not the same. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, the King's Move says this is over here. But this isn't next to a purple, so I don't actually know that. Yeah, I'm happy for people to swap around the screenshot. I don't have a way to pull up Discord while I am streaming, but I can. If people want to look at it, I would be more than happy for you to post it in the Discord and chat with people. Ooh, a solution guide. That could be helpful. Uh, yeah, I know one of the greens is purple. There is a digit that is both. Do I know where that digit that's both is in column 6? Because I have to be a bit careful about. I'm going to give this cell a circle just so I can kind of try and think about it. Or I could give it a letter. Maybe I'll give it a letter. I think Ranks would be really happy if I gave this cell a letter. Let's make this A. So can I place A anywhere else is the question. Like I know these aren't A. Do I know this isn't A? I don't think I do, unfortunately. Uh, yeah, I know this isn't green. A goes in row 3, column 1, 2 somewhere. Okay, so that's true. So one of these is A. So A goes up here somewhere. So, grkles, the colors are these 3 cells are purple, and they're the same as these 3 cells. These 3 cells are green, and they're the same as these 3 cells. That's the coloring. So we're trying to shepherd these colors around the grid. So this cell we know is one of those 2. Oh, and then this cell is the one digit of 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9 that is neither purple nor green, because there's one cell that is both, there's exactly one cell that is both purple and green, and hence there is exactly one cell that is neither purple nor green, and it's this one. Okay, so here's a good question on things. How many different digits can a number go next to? So if the number is 1 or 9, it can go next to 3 different things. If a number is 2 or 8, then it can go next to... can it still go next to 3 different things? Yes, a 2 or 8 can still go next to 3 different things. But the one that's 3 or 7 can only go next to 2 different things. So, so this A here, it is next to 3 different digits. So A is not 3 or 7. So this A here is next to a green digit. Wait, sorry, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this digit is green. I think this digit's probably a different green digit. Because this digit's not purple. It is either red or green. But I don't want to color it as red or green because this digit is not purple or green. It's purple and green. So we can do that. But remember, the 3 greens have 2 digits that are of the same high-lowity. So these are the 2 digits that are of the same high-lowity. These are the 2 greens that have the same high-lowity. And so this is the green digit that has the opposite high-lowity. No, I don't know that. Sorry. These are the 2 green digits that have the same high-lowity, but I don't know where the one that has the opposite high-lowity is. I don't think. Okay, but Yeah, so these are the two purples that have this. No, sorry, these two purples have opposite hyloides. What am I talking about? So if this cell is green, it's the same as that cell. Is that a problem? Because if this cell is green, it's the other, it's one of the two of the same hyloidy. Yeah, so if this cell is green, it's that cell. Oh, that's not possible. That isn't possible because that would rule green out of box 2. Right. This cell can't be green. Wait, no, chat doesn't agree with me? Oh, it's because it could be the same as this one. It's these two that would be the same, isn't it? Darn it. Right, it's these two that would be the same. If this is green, these two are the same. Never mind. And then that I don't think is going to break anything. Be the same. Would be the one that the other. Let's see. I know A's up here somewhere, but that doesn't really, I don't think, help me. So every one of these has 4 digits on it. So, and there's only 6 possible digits. So there aren't that many, aside from this one. This one's completely different. But there are so every one of these things has to have a purple and a green on it, right? No, I guess theoretically one could have 3 purples and a red, or one could have 3 greens and a red. So that's not quite true. I'd love to be able to color anything about the hyloidy of these, but I don't think I can as of yet. And I'm not even sure I think this puzzle's really about that. Let's see. And I can possibly make one of these avoid having... Let's see. Can I avoid having both a 3 and a 7? Oh, yes, I can easily avoid having both a 3 and a 7. Can I avoid having both a 1 and a 9 is maybe the more interesting question. So if I do something like 3... No. Because if I use neither 1 nor 9, I would have to use a 3. But then as soon as I used a 3, I would need a 9. So I always need a 1 or a 9 on every loop. Every loop needs a 1 or a 9, at least. So one of these is 1 or 9, for whatever that's worth. So Ben's asking about using letters, and I don't want to letter something until I know something about it that I can pencil mark. So Given Goals asks, okay, so can you put both 3 and 7? And the answer is no, you can't put both 3 and 7, because if you put a 3, you need to have a 1 and a 2. Sorry, if you put a 3, you need an 8 and a 9, and then you don't have room for the 7. So yeah, so I can have at most one of 3 and 7 on each of these. So yeah, so one of these has a 3 on it, one of them has a 7 on it. in this row. Yeah, the way our colors have arisen is pretty interesting. Like, I have not quite seen something akin to this before. Is there any way we can do more with where the 4, 5, 6s end up? I'm not sure. Like, I do know that for example, I know the A is up here. But I don't think I know that A isn't here, for example. Yeah, and this is, again, like, we have a couple cells. Like, this one I know is not green. But the problem is it could be purple or it could be red. I'm trying to think about how many ways there are to fill in one of these rings. Like, I wonder if I want to try and track an entire ring around the grid. Like, if I just erased the coloring and just said, these are green, where do the greens show up? That might or might not be helpful. Yeah, so of course one of these is an A. Yeah, the threes and sevens seem like a good thing to hunt down. Like the whole, every one of these has at most 1, 3, or 7 on it. Unfortunately, with our coloring, we don't even know something like purple has at most 1, 3, 7. Because I think purple could have both 3 and 7 in it, couldn't it? And so could green. Let's see. If I give row 3, column 3 a letter, let's give this the letter B. Oops. Let's give it the letter... Oops. Sorry. Let's give it the letter B. Then you can see it has to be in row 1, 2, column 6. Yep, one of these is B. See, grkles says, please answer the question. So A and B have the same high-lowity. That's a good point. So if A is here, B is here, is that helpful? Night, Alex. So the fact that, yeah, it is useful. I mean, it seems useful to know that these are the same high-lowity, I guess. Let's see. So this is tricky. So grkles asks, can 3 or 7 be both green or both purple? So I think the answer to that is yes. I think they can be both green or both purple, unfortunately. Uh, but it's possible I've colored the wrong thing. Like I are there two of the no, there are no two rings. Every pair of rings need to overlap in at least two cells. I wonder if that's how I should think about this. Like, I wonder if I should just erase my coloring and start coloring a different way. Because every pair of the rings have to overlap in at least two cells, because there are only 6 cells for them to choose from. I might be able to hunt it down better that way. Uh, uh, so, okay, so if A is 3, 7, okay, I do agree A is not 3, 7. If A is 3, 7, these two digits are 1, 2, 8, 9. And now none of these can be 1, 2, 8, 9 because they see both. So A is not the one that's 3 or 7. So let's just do this in one case. A can't be 7. If A is 7, these two cells are 1, 2, but there's a 7 here, so this is a 7 and a 1 or a 2, but it can't be because it sees both. So A is officially not 3 or 7. So A is 1, 2, 8, or 9. Let's see. Given goal says row 2, column 3 can't be 3 or 7 either. Let's see if this is 3 or 7. Then let's see if this were 7. These would be 1, 2. The 7 in this box. Could not be down here because it would need a 1, 2. So this 7 would go here. But this cell's not purple, so it can't. Okay. Okay, I think I agree. So this cell also not 3, 7. Because if this cell was 3, 7, well, keep in mind, the one thing I know about this cell is not purple. So where does this cell go in this box? Well, this cell in this box goes in one of these two cells. So again, if this were 3 or 7, these two would need to be a 1, 2 pair or a 8, 9 pair, but then this would need a 1, 2 or an 8, 9 on it, and that doesn't work. So this cell also not 3 or 7. So these two cells are both not 3 or 7. So the 3, 7 in this row all go over here somewhere for what that's worth. Okay, so if these aren't 3, 7, so sorry, I don't know that B isn't, right? B could be 3, 7, I think. So row 3, column 5 isn't 3, 7. So grkles is suggesting I call 3, 7 the inner digits and the other digits the outer digits, which seems fine. So someone in chat suggested this can't be an inner digit. But I don't know that I see why. These are the two I know are not inner digits, so I'm going to put X's behind them because I have no other way to denote that they're not inner digits. So these are not inner digits. I am confident that I'm confident of that. Someone is saying it's equivalent to A. So if this is 3 or 7, I mean, the thing is, if this is 3 or 7, it just puts 3 or 7 up here, which is fine, right? So if this is 3 or 7, these can be the two outer digits, the corresponding outer digits. Oh, it's down here. It's down here. That's the point. If this is 3 or 7, one of these two is 3 or 7, and then that screws it up for exactly the same reason again. Okay, I see the rotated by 90 degrees now. These can't both be inner. If these are both inner digits, no, this one doesn't see that one. It doesn't work the same. This does. So if this is 3 or 7, it's the same as that, I think. And then the purple digit goes, yeah, I don't think it works because I think the purple digit doesn't work in the same way. So there's a 3 or a 7 over here, we know. There's a 3 or a 7 up here, we know. Because I only get 1 3 7 down here at most. If both of these three, so let's ask this. Could I put both 3 7s up here? So if I do that, then I'm saying both 3 7s are green. And both 3 7s can't be green because green, we know, shows up in a double green. Oh, maybe it's purple. I know both 3 7s aren't purple. Do I actually know that both 3 7s aren't green? Yes, because I know that double green shows up in 2 ways. And so 1 3 7 has to be purple. 1 3 7 has to be green. Because I know there's either 2 highs or 2 lows in green. And both combinations of the 2 highs with the low show up. So green can't have 2 3 7s. Purple can't have 2 3 7s. Now orange could be 3 7. I have not yet even gotten to the point of contemplating orange. But maybe that doesn't prove I can't have both 3 and 7 up here. I was hoping to conclude there had to be a 3 7 here, but I don't think that's true. The purple digit next to B in column 6 is different from the 2 digits next to the placed B. Yeah, so B is not 3 or 7. Wait, let me double check that. Okay, so this digit with the B is different from the 2 digits next to the placed B. It's not that one. It's not that one. So B appears on a line with 3 different things. And by virtue of the fact that B appears on a line with 3 different things, those 3, and I know this is different from these because it's not purple, and I know it's different from this because it is, by King's move. So B shows up next to 3 things. So B is not 3 7 either. Okay, I believe that. Good eye, J40. So that's not 3 7. So if we want to have a 3 7 on this ring at all, it can only go here. see, if this is 3, 7, then A and B are, let's say, 1, 2 for purposes of thinking about this. Uh, Otherwise, this ring is 1, 2, 8, 9. Can we break that? Oh, let's see. I'm going to shift to tallcat's point for a second. This is next to a purple, next to a red, and next to green. Aha! Yes, tallcat is right. This digit shows up next to 3 different digits on Whisper's lines. So it is also not a 3 or 7. So that's cool. So that's not a 3 or 7 either, because it shows up again next to a green digit, next to a purple digit, next to a red digit. Oh, could this purple be green? Oh, that's a problem. Yep, I think that's a valid question. This green is definitely next to a red. It's definitely next to another green, but this could be purple green. Do I know this isn't purple green? If these two are purple green, then that's purple green, I guess. But I don't see an immediate problem with that. I feel like red really wants to be a 3-7 because I don't think red is under any pressure to ever show up on a ring again. But what I'd really like to see is something where like one ring cell sees an entire other ring or something like that. So we're saying now there's a 3-7 here. I don't yet understand why there is a 3-7 here. See, these 3 things are not 3-7. Because it sees A and B. In row 3, column 5, 6. Right. That is a beautiful observation. So A and B are of the same high-lowity, but they're not 3-7. But there's only 3 things of that parity that are relevant in this puzzle. So there are no A's or B's here, so one of these has to be 3-7. That's really smart, J40. So yeah, one of these is a 3-7. Just by virtue of seeing both A and B. So whichever of these 2 things it is that matches the high-lowity of A and B over here is a 3-7. Which means that A and B need to show up. No, it's the other one. Right? It's not... It's the opposite of A and B. So whatever if A and B are 1 and 2, that 3-7 needs to go with an 8 and a 9. Unfortunately, I don't know what to label C, Ransk, is the problem. Because I don't know which of these yet. I'm thinking about it, but I don't know which is the 3-7 yet. So one of these has to be the 3-7. Where does row 2, column 3 go in row 3? I mean, one of those two. Okay, so this is interesting. So the question is, okay, so one of these two is 3, 7, which I'm going to sloppily pencil mark like this because I don't trust myself to remember this otherwise. So this digit goes on a thing with a 3, 7 without itself being the 3, 7, because this thing is the same. Oh, Lord. Sorry, this 3, 7 is the no, this 3, 7 is the same high-lowity as A and B. So the 3, 7 is not the thing that goes here. The thing that goes here sits next to a 3, 7. So it's a 1, 2, 8, 9, but we already knew that. Do we get more out of this that I'm not appreciating? Because we already knew this wasn't purple. We know it's green or red. We just don't know which of green and red it is. Oh, this can be C? Sure. We can make that C. So one of these is C. Oops. Sorry. One of these is C. And C is not the 3 or 7. And now, as Andrew points out, this is beautiful. Once we know there's a 3, 7 on here, remember we said there's never more than one 3, 7. So we get to immediately X these two cells. These are not 3 or 7. So let's see. Do we know there needs to be a 3, 7 on this ring? I don't think so. Let's see. Oh, row 4 complex again. Yeah, I know there is a 3, 7 over here. Maybe 2. Because we know that in this row there need to be 2 3 7s, and so one of them maybe could go here, but the other one goes here. Is it possible that we can prove that actually neither of these can be 3, 7? That seems unlikely, but let's try it. I don't think I quite... I think 3, 7 can be purple or green or orange. We know that they can't both be purple. They can't both be green. Yeah, so A, B is 1, 2, or 8, 9. So we could put a 3 or 7 here. I don't think we have to put the 3 or 7 here. I think we could make this could be all. This could be a 1, 2, 8, 9 quad, I think. Is there a reason to suspect that this cannot be a 1, 2, 8, 9 quad? Because either this is a 3, 7 or this whole thing is a 1, 2, 8, 9 quad. But I agree that A and B are 1, 2, 8, 9. Which means that this cell is A or B if we want to try and keep up with our pencil marks. But yeah, purple could have none. I think purple could have none. Because of this weird thing that's green and purple, thing that's neither green nor purple. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with 1, 2, 8, 9. My question is there some way in the grid that we can see that this being 1, 2, 8, 9 would break? So, like, 1, 2, 8, 9 is a perfectly valid ring, but would it somehow make it impossible to fill this thing or something like that? I don't think so. Because we already know that this is a 3, 7, and a C. So I guess we know there's a C up here if we want to keep with the letters. Why is row 4, column 5, A or B? Because A and B are the two purple cells that are not 3 or 7, and this is not 3 or 7. I think Ranksk is right, though. This is A or B, because it's a purple cell. Oh, no, sorry. No. I'm thinking about this in the wrong way. No, I think Ranksk is right that this is completely wrong. Oh, I am repeatedly attempting to hit undo, and it is only... There we go. No. Okay. Undo does not work. Okay. You cannot undo if you have letter mode enabled, I believe. But yes, I think Ranksk is right. I don't actually know that. Yeah, in fact, I know the other purple is not the same Hylodi. Sorry. Yes, that was an incorrect deduction that would be very cool if I could make, but I cannot. Let's see. grkles says, look at row 3, column 4, and asks, what happens to column 6 if this is a 3, 7? Well, if this is a 3, 7, it forces the other 3, 7 in the column to be down here. So this would be a 3, 7. And I know there's some setting. I need to at some point play around with it, because there's some setting that I think makes it so you can still use your keyboard shortcuts with the letter tool, but I have not figured it out yet. I was trying to undo, but Z was overridden to put a Z in the cell instead of undo. That was the problem. There's the solution, but I don't have time to figure it out at the moment. So if this were a 3, 7, then there's a 3, 7 here. So then these would be from 1, 2, 8, 9. There'd be a 1, 2, 8, 9 here. I don't see the problem that grkles wants me to see with this. Right. So the 3. So if this is 3, 7, the other 3, 7 is red for sure, because we've already proven green can't own both 3, 7s. So if this cell is 3, 7, this cell is 3, 7. So red would be 3, 7 in that instance. And And so, yeah, and there'd be a 3, 7 down here, which would be the same as this 3, 7, which would mean that one of these was A. I think we already know one of these is A, actually. Actually, maybe we don't know that that's not the one that's A. In row 1, 2, column 6. Well, these would not be 3, 7. So there'd be these would both be from 1, 2, 8, 9. Oh, these can't both be from 1, 2, 8, 9. Oh, wait. So, okay. So here's the thing. If I put the... so here's how I want to think about this, which is I think a little bit different than the way grkles wants me to think about it. If this is 3, 7, then these are 1, 2, 8, 9, and they see the entirety of this, and I think that's a problem. Because now we're forced... so if this is 3, 7, then these are 1, 2, 8, 9, and we're forced to have a 3, 7 up here. So as soon as this is 3, 7, it actually forces the other 3, 7 to be over here. So in other words, this cell is never 3 or 7. Because if this cell is 3, 7, the other 3, 7's up here. If this cell is 3, 7, we know this isn't 3, 7 because there can't be two greens. So this is not 3, 7, is grkles' point. So this ring is 1, 2, 8, 9. So we now know there is a 3, 7 in purple. So one of these is 3, 7. So these are not 3, 7. Because there's only one 3, 7 per ring. So yeah, so this is a 1, 2, 8, 9 flavor ring. And so, right. So now this is a 1, 2, 8, 9 quad. And so that tells us that this digit is a 3. And we get the best earned digit dance we've ever seen. I have to say, that's a really disappointing way to sort of sort things out. I was hoping to get to do more coloring and stuff, but the logic of this is so cool. Like all of this stuff going up here. But I'm a little sad that we sort of like lost all of our coloring game over here with that. But still, there will be a lot more coloring. Okay, good. I will not be... I'll try not to be too brokenhearted about it. Okay, so this is not 3 or 6. So this is not 3 or 6. Okay, that is my honest 3, 7. I don't yet know exactly where this is going to go. Okay, so the other 3, 7 is up here, because we know that one of the purples is a 3, 7. It's not that one. So one of these is a 3 or a 7, which means there is a 1, 2, 8, 9 on here that goes with this 3, 7. I lost it again. Sorry, I need to think about this again. So there is a 3, 7 up here. The question is, does this being a 3, 7 break that? No, right? No. Wait, in fact, this has to be the 3, 7, right? No. I don't know. Yeah, I really dig this. This is a lot of fun. This is two just absolutely diabolical German whispers in a row. Uh, both of which have been fabulous. I feel like I should be able to sort this out by thinking about what this 3-7 up here tells me about this, but I can't figure it out. If I'm supposed to be able to figure it out, I think I can't. Uh, so yeah, this is actually, as much as I kind of hate doing this and kind of love it at the same time, this is a 3-7B 3-7B. Why is B now doing that and not... Oh, because I'm not in letter mode. There we go. This is a 3-7B combo. Uh, uh, so... So this 3-7 needs a B. Well, the only place this 3-7 is getting a B is here. So this cell has to be B. Right? 3-7 is next to B. 3-7 is only next to two things. So 3-7 is next to B. So this is A. And this is the purple 3-7. This is purple. This is the A. So this is the one that's also green. So we have finally sorted out that this is the one that's also green. And so since this is... No, that doesn't tell me anything about this. So of course this cell's not purple. Okay, my X's... Yeah, I guess I don't know if this is green or red. I know it's not purple. Yes, please remember to like and subscribe. It really helps. And if you want to go the extra mile, we greatly appreciate if you support us on Patreon. This has... This has become Tristan's full-time occupation to manage the Sudoku channel and the zetamath math channel. So if you want to support us on Patreon, we really appreciate it. Patreon.com/zetamath. The crosses mean the cell is not 3 or 7. And I know these aren't 3 or 7. That is something I should also fill in up here, because there's a 3-7 on this side. So I'm being asked about 3 in column 7. It is in one of these two cells. Do I know it is for sure not here? Row 1, column 7 is A. Let's see. Oh, there has to be an A up here somewhere. Oh, and the two things... That's right. Okay, so this is beautiful. So exactly the same logic we employed down here, J is now employing up here. Purple 3-7 is only next to two things. Those things are A and B. So where is the A going? The A has to go here, because by Sudoku it can't go here. So this is an A, which means this is the 3-7, which means this is the B. Oops. I will get used to alphabet mode at some point, maybe, possibly. Okay, so these are not A, and A is both purple and green. Okay, so A, B, green 1289, green 1289. Ah, so Andrew is more blunt about this. So someone asked earlier, where does 3 go in column 7? And the conclusion was it has to go down here somewhere. And I didn't quite see what that got me, but what it does get me is that there's not a 3, 6 on this dot. So in other words, there's definitely an 8 on this, which means there's definitely a 4 in one of these two cells down here. BC pair in box 3. Ah, yeah, B and C. This is just BC. Good point. To Russ. BC. Of course, B and C are one purple and one green, so that doesn't do us a lot in terms of the coloring. We know one of these two is red, and one of them is green. Row 9, column 6. Right. Good catch. This cell sees both those two occupations for 4s, so that's not a 4. So this is a 5 or 6. One of these two is a 4. Let's see, 4 in column 8 leads to a 4, 6 pair. Let's see, 4 in column 8. So not here, because there's a 4, 5, 6 in the row. Not here. So yeah, so there's a 4 in one of these two cells. Leads to a 4, 6 pair in row 4. Right, okay. So now, right, where is the 4 in row 4? Well, it's over here. How do I know the 6 in row 4 is not in one of these two? Oh, anti-king. Yes, duh. Okay, thank you. Yes, so, right. So the 4 in this row can only go in one of these cells because of this 4, and the 6 is on the... That's a really, really good spot, Barbie. So this is a 4, 6 over here, or slash, really good spot, more crabs. Let's see. I am going to just yellow all the 4, 5, 6s rather than trying to track the particular 4, 5, 6s. I think it will make this easier for me visually. So we're just going to yellow all of those. See, grkles was suggesting maybe ditching the coloring. I don't think I'm quite ready to let go of that yet, although I think I can get there, but I am not there yet. Currently, the coloring encodes all of the information that I'm actually aware of in the puzzle. Let's so now one of these two is a 5. And so the none X-wing of these 5s gives us that there's a 5 in one of these two cells. Let's see, I'm told 3 and 7 are placeable in box 3, which they are, because row 2 doesn't have any 3s or 7s yet. And B is definitely, I did not mark it, but B is not 3 or 7. So yeah, so this is a 3-7 pair, and spoiler, that one's not a 3, so this is a 7 and a 3. Um, and one of these two is a 7. So yeah, this is a 5-7 pair. I suppose I could mark. Now, if this was a 7, maybe it wouldn't tell me anything at all. I might have been overly optimistic. It probably wouldn't tell me anything at all. Yeah, so one of these is aha. No, nope, never mind. I was all excited because one of these had to be red, but that could still be red. I don't actually know. I still don't even know which of these is the 3-7. I'm being asked where's the D in row 4, but I don't even have a D yet, so I'm not sure which thing is supposed to be D here in this universe. Is D the other thing that goes with the other 3-7? Row 3, column 4 should be D. Okay, I will make this D for you. So D is the other 1, 2, 8, 9, basically. So this has to be a C or a D. I know, because it needs to be a 1, 2, 8, 9, and it's not A or B. So this needs to be a C or a D. But there's a C over here. And so the C over here by anti-king tells us that these aren't C. So this is C. Okay. I'm picking up what you're putting down. So this is a C. I don't think that answers the question about D, actually. But now I can answer the question about D, because now that I asked the question about C and answered it, the D now has to go down here. This is an excellent opportunity to leverage the adult label of this stream. So that being a D, what does this being a D tell me? This being the D means that the C that's up here needs to be opposite it, because C is the same parity as D. So that's the C. And so we finally get that orange is the one that's 3-7. If I did that correctly. So we have an orange 3-7 and a purple 3-7. All of the greens are not 3-7. So we can X these. Sorry, Tristan. That was very cool. I had not asked the question. I should have asked the question, where's C in row 4? That was, I think, the really nice way to ask the question, which then placed the C. And then where the D went was obvious. So the C now goes in one of these places. I don't necessarily want to mark that yet. Okay, so if this was a 3-7, I would need for this to be yep, that can be the name of the that can be the name of the puzzle of the week video. Let's see. So yeah, there's a D in one of these. Who knows? This is a very sweet puzzle, by the way. Okay, so C is not 3-7 either. Yeah, I guess I know. I guess I'm getting behind. These are not 3-7 either. That's not 3-7. Let's see. Okay. I may at some point be able to retire the X's. It's possible. I am willing to entertain the possibility that the X's will at some point become excessive. I guess now I have labeled these as 3, 7. Maybe it's fine. Okay, I'll get rid of the X's. Which I can, I think, Command A and backspace. Command A, delete. Command A, delete. Okay, you used to be able to select all. Let's see. Let's try it out of letter mode. There we go. Haha, there we go. Okay. You can, as long as you're not in letter mode. You can Command A. So you have to, for whatever reason, that's it should really know if you select all when you're in pen tool mode. You don't mean the letter A, but it does not. But it will in time perhaps learn the secrets of how these things work. A in row 4, column 5, I'm being told. This is an A just by letter doku, is that correct? Yeah, so I need to put an A somewhere in this row. And A, I know, is 1, 2, 8, or 9, so it's not any of these other digits. So this is the A. And it is, therefore, purple-green. So this is the A, and is, therefore, purple-green. So this, therefore, is either a B or a 7. Oh, this is not 7. This is not 3 or 7, so this is B. Right? This is this. The only things that can go on a loop that are the same parity as A are a B and an orange 3, 7. But this can't be a 3, 7 because the 3, 7 in the box are gone. So this is a B. And B is purple. Let's see. And so this now, this would... Oh. We learned the color of this, and we did not actually color it. But C is actually green. So these are green. And this is a C. In order to make this Houdigi work. And so this cell is either a 3, 7 or a D. Those are the only options. So yeah, we can look for our D through 7. But it's not a D because this cell's a D. So this is a D. So this is the orange 3, 7 by Ye Old Sudoku. It is the orange 3, 7. No, it's the purple 3, 7. Wrong 3, 7. It's not the orange. It's the purple 3, 7. Because it's the purple 3, 7 that goes next to A and B. Okay, so time to play. Where do I have the almost naked singles? Let's see. This is not A, D, B, or C, for whatever it's worth. I think we stumbled upon the right coloring dictionary. I think this is the canonical coloring, where there's one thing that's 2 colors and one thing that's neither color and is a third color, and then another set that's randomly some third color for some reason. I think that it would be hard to come up with a coloring system that was more sensible than the one that we have now. Let's see. One of these is a B. One of these is a C. Oh, it's not that one. One of these two is a C. Let's see. Being told row 4, column 7 can't be 7. Uh, let's see. It sees both 3/7s. Gorgeous, gorgeous spot. This touches orange 3/7 and sees purple 3/7. So it's not a 3 or a 7, it's a 5, and that's a 7. And that's a 4, and that's a 5. Sweet, sweet. So that 4 sees down that this isn't a 4, which places a 4 and an 8, and tells me that this isn't a 4 in either the corner or the various crevasses. So this is a 1-2 pair. Yeah, that was an amazing spot. Now 1, 2, and 8, we have to remember are A, B, C, and D. So these are. So this cell's actually C. So I'm going to corner mark this with a C. C is 1 or 2. So C we actually know is low. C is 1 or 2. We're going to have to figure this out at some point, how we're going to disambiguate all of this. But we've got A, B, C, D. And the only thing, so we need to know where's the other 3/7 in this column. The other 3/7 in this column is here, because it can't be there. So this is a hidden 3/7 down here. Once I know that C is 1 or 2, Chad is pointing out, this is 1 or 2. What does 1 or 2 go next to? It goes next to not a 3, but a 7. So B is a 7. No, sorry. Let me say that again. No. So red 3/7, sorry. C is 1 or 2 by this. This cell is C. So C is low. So this cell has to be high. So orange 3/7 is 7. So purple 3/7 is 3. Did I do that right that time? I think I did that right that time. Yeah, A and B are 8 and 9 in some order. What is this cell now? This is the other 1, 2. What letter is the other 1, 2? This is 1 or 2, and it is the same as C. It is D. No, not 5. D. See, I know one of these two is an 8. No, B could be 8. Never mind. Oh, it's not D by anti-king. Oh, it's not D by the column either. I did bad. Wait, what is this cell then? Was this not C? No, this had to be the C. I'm just doing something very dumb. A, B, C, D. Oh, A, B, C, D, 3, 7. This is a 4, 5, or 6, and it's a 6. That's the problem. This is one of the yellow digits, because I'm missing a yellow from the column. I got behind on my coloring, and that screwed me up. This is a 6. So this is a 4 by anti-king. So that's a 6, and that's a 4. Sorry, that was my bad, just losing track of everything that was going on with colors. Just like if you don't color it, will screw you up. Okay, all the 7s are orange, we need to remember. This is an important part. 3 we now know is purple. So we can, and this is important, we can purple the 3s. 4 is yellow. And 8, 9, we know. Let's double check. Okay, so 1, 2 are C and D. So 1 and 2 are green. And 8, 9 are A and B. So I guess I don't know whether this is green or green and purple as of yet. Okay. Presumably we can do more. Uh, where is D in box 9? D, we remember, is 1 or 2. This is D. It's also not 8. Fun fact. Okay, so that's D. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about the alphabet tool, but Ranks finds it useful, so I'm trying to like give it the old college try. And it turned out, Tallcat, that our decision to use this coloring scheme was perfect and had no possible flaws. The 4 is placed in this box because it can't go any of those places. So that's a 4 and is yellow. Let's see. So that places... Okay, do I know more about 4s? Well, I know that's not a 6 now. So one of those is a 6. One of those is a 6. Oh, no. The 6 is already placed. Never mind. I was attempting to place a 6 in a box that already had a 6. The 6 in this box is here. Because 6, remember, can't go on one of the loop-de-loops. So that's not a 6. Let's see. What about the 6 in this box? The 6 in this box goes here by that. Yes, there was a sudden shifting in tone to talk about the other white meat or whatever. Let's see. Yes, I do think it's a very beautiful puzzle, but I might recommend watching someone solve it. 5-9 pair in box 9. Right, okay, so these are a 5 and a 9. That's just the things that are left in the box. Let's see. So I guess this is a BC pair. Oh yeah, where does B go? What is B? B is 8 or 9. Okay, so yeah, so I guess I don't know where B goes in this column yet. Yeah, I know. Yeah, the 'Let's see. Can I disambiguate the A B nonsense yet? A is, yeah, I know A is 8 or 9. Okay, let's see. Andrew Clark says B's in box 5 look great. B's in box 5 look great. Wait, we already have a B here. I was briefly excited that we are going to get to place a B here, but that's left, not right. And also there's already a B in the box. 6 in box 5. We have the 6 in box 5. 6 in box 6. We have the 6 in box 6. Let's see. 5 in row 6 is in one of these two places. I don't think I know which yet. But it is enough to tell me these aren't 5. So now the 5 in this row is in one of these two places. Don't think I know which yet. Let's see. J40 has something nice. No C on the last square. Right, no C on the last square. So there is a 3. Right. C and D are... Wait. C and D are the low digits. So I need 2 low digits, and I can't have a C. So I need to have a 3 on this. The 3 isn't here, so the 3 is in one of these 2 cells. So these are both from 1, 2, 8, 9. And let's see if we can figure out which things from 1, 2, 8, 9 they are. So neither of them is an A. So C is the only one of 1, 2, 8, 9 I get not to put up here. So this is a 3A pair. This is a 3A pair, and I know which way it goes because of that A. So this cell is an A. This cell is the 3. We can color that. This is the green-purple cell. This is the purple 3. Okay, the 3 goes next to an A and a B, so this cell is a B now. We can just fill it in. B is purple again. This is the other one. This is the thing that's not a C, A, or B. It's a D. Okay, and D is green. Let's see. Okay, so now this line is interesting because now this line, if I look at it, these are opposite parities, but it's not, these are not A, B, C, or D. So if these are not A, B, C, or D, and this one's actually not A, B, C, or D, 3, or 7. So if this is not A, B, C, D, 3, or 7, that means it's 4 or 6, but it's not 4. So this is a naked single 6. I believe I did that right. Someone in chat will tell me if I did it wrong. But I think that this is this is not A, B, C, D, 3, or 7. And it's not a 4. So it's a 6. So that's a 5, and that's a 6. That's a 1. And that being a 1 fixes that D is 2. So now all my D's are 2. All my C's are 1. This is green. So this is something like 7, 8, or 9. It's not an 8. So this is a 7 or 9. So this is not a 1 or a 3. So this is a 2 or a 4. Oh, it's not a 2. So this is a 4. So that being a 4 does mean this is a 9. 4s are yellow. 9s, you can tell how useful this coloring is because I see a 9 this far in the puzzle and I still have no earthly idea what color a 9 is. Let's see. Yeah, I really don't know. I think 8 and 9 are A and B. Yeah, so one of them is both green and purple, and one of them is only green, but I don't know which. Actually, no. Neither of these is green-purple, so this is green-purple. So actually, green-purple is now 9. We've disambiguated it, because green-purple is a high digit. This is the third green cell for the row. Wait. Sorry, I don't know that this is green. Never mind. I think I'm saying nonsensical things. I already have a B in the box. Well, it is a 9. I don't know what color it is, but it is a 9. Okay, so... Nine is A or B, but there's a B in the box. So 9 is A, is what you're saying. Right. The 3 is adjacent to 8, 9. So these two digits are 8 or 9. So B is 8. B is 8. A is 9. I was right somehow that this is purple-green. This is now a 5, just by good old-fashioned Sudoku. This is a 4. That's a 6. That's not a 6 anymore. So let's see. We almost have our 4, 5, 6. Let's see. Not quite. Let's see. I've got my purples in the column. The thing I need, and I've got my yellows in the column. So I need my 3 greens in the column. No, I need my greens and my red in the column. So these are green, or each green or red, I suppose. But I don't think I know which. Let's see. I know one of these two has to be a 3 by Sudoku. Pencil mark box 7 is probably a good idea. Oh, also this box is done. That's a 5. That's a 9. That's yellow, and that is purple-green. And that's a 1, and that's a 2. Because we've sorted out what B and C were long ago, or whatever. Okay, and 8. Given that 8 is not purple-green, 8 is just purple. So this is 8 and is purple. So this we can probably figure out what it is. It's the other purple digit. It is... No, it's not the other purple digit. It's the other green digit. It's a 1 to finish off the box. So I now need a 1 to finish off this column. So that 1's going there. It's going to be green. 1 was, I believe, C, back when we had pencil marks for letters, because we don't have letters anymore. These 2 cells need to be a 2 and some other digit. 2 and a 9. And I know the 9 is here, so this is a 9. That's a 2. Green, purple. And the 2 is green. Let's see. This row needs a 5 and some other number. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and a 7. So this is a 5, 7 pair. I don't know what the order is exactly yet. This row needs a 1, which has to go exactly here, in fact. It needs a 3, 4. It needs a 4, which has to go exactly here, which sorts out the 5 and the 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and so this is a 7. 7 is orange, we will remember. This may be a candidate for least useful coloring that I've ever done, but it's very pretty, so we're going to keep it up and persistently tell everyone who asks that it was incredibly useful and crucial to solving the puzzle. Let's see, column 2 needs a 2 and something else. Oops, wrong mode. Needs a 2, and let's see. We've got a 3, a 4, a 5, a 6. We need a 7. So this is a 2, 7. Don't think I know how to sort that out yet. This box needs a 2. We've got a 3, a 4. We need a 5. We've got a 6. We need a 7. Well, that one's not a 7. I can at least tell you that much. That one could be literally anything. These 2 boxes, or these 2 cells, they are a 3. We've got a 4. We need a 5. And then we've got a 6, 7, 8, and 9. And we know the order. So that's a 3 and that's a 5. 3 is purple. 5 is yellow. So these 2 cells, let's see, I need a 2 in them. That 2 has to go there. And I need to finish up an 8, and the 8 has to go there. Let's see. We've got our greens. We're missing a purple 3 in this row. I don't know which of these is a 3 yet, but let's see. I need a 3, 4, 5, 6. I need a 3 and a 7 in these 2 cells, and I don't know the order yet. Let's see. These 2 cells, I probably know what they are. 2, 3. One of them's a 3, which is not going to help. 4, 5, 6, 7. And one of them's an 8. And that will help. So this is the one that's the 8. That's the one that's the 3. That's the one that's the 7 and the 3, and the 5 and the 7. And we owe the world lots of color. That is all purple. That is yellow. These are orange. Let's see. So these cells up here, let's see, in this row, I need a 2. I need I got a 3, 4, 5. I need a 6, which has to go here. Excellent. So this is yellow, and it's a 6. And so then I need a 7, I'm guessing, from my pencil marks. So this is a 2 or a 7, but it's not a 7, so it's a 2, and that's a 7. The 2 is green. The 7 is orange. And now we can see that this will be green. And just to make use of our coloring, I just want you to practice scanning a column in which and figure out what color this is going to be. So there's 3 purples. We've already got 3 purples. There's 3 yellows, but we were missing 1, so this is going to be yellow. Just look how easy it is to scan the colors in this column. So there's 3 yellows. We've got 3 yellows. There's 3 purples. We've got 3 purples. There's 3 greens, and we've got 3 greens. Okay, I did not count good. Let's see. 2, 3. How are there 3? Oh, that's right, because there's also an orange. That's right, remember, orange. The 4th color. Okay. So now this is a 2, that's a 7, and that's a 5. Epic puzzle. Really, really cool. Would recommend. Definitely, I think we cracked it on the coloring. I think it would be hard to argue that this was not the intended coloring. Definitely a tough puzzle, but that was a lot of fun. The figuring out the hunting down the 3 7s, and I think once we sort of started Xing things out, and then it turned out that because of this 1-2 pair that we knew was a 1-2 pair, or sorry, we knew was an extreme pair, looking into this forcing there to be a 3-7, that was the moment I was in love with the puzzle. Was when this pair sort of forced there to be a 3-7, or I think it was actually this direction. I think that pair forced there to be a 3-7 over here. All right, we're going to wrap up there so that you can go head over to Rank's stream now. Rank's is going to be streaming word games and eventually probably GeoGuessr if you're good. So you should head over to Rank's stream now. I'll probably hang out in the chat there. You can see how he's doing. Hopefully, I especially like to hang out for the Sudoku because, I don't know, Sudoku is both fun to say and fun to do. So Tristan will post a link. And then we'll hang out. Yeah, I think 2 out of 5 with the right coloring, I think, is definitely the right way to describe this puzzle for difficulty. All right. Well, I will see you over there, and I will see you all on Wednesday for my next stream. Have a great day, everyone, and thanks for coming by. And thanks again to all the patrons. Thank you for liking the video. If you haven't liked the video, you still have a chance. And I appreciate that people have been commenting more lately, so I enjoy the comments. Thank you to the patrons. If you want to become a patron again, don't forget patreon.com/zetamath. We really do appreciate it. See you next time.